All right, we're live. Mike's alive.
Do I just say next slide when I'm up there? Oh, you got it. Okay.
Or is it? Well, where have you heard? Like, what have you heard? That's where I really was wrong. I mean, the closest place where I really didn't know because I discovered I'm trying to talk to my colleagues. They use suffocate. I was like, rather than take it. A lot of the providers take it. Just get them on suffocate. so sharing obviously has been speaking about that. I actually had a chance to really kind of share it. Help understand that. Because I didn't want to sugarcoat. I don't believe it.
We're just here to say good morning this morning. So good morning, good morning. How are you? Hi, I'm Karen. I don't know how to deal with you this morning, so
I work at the PhD.
I know exactly who you are.
I think you came by one time, but I wasn't there.
Yes, I know exactly who you are. Good morning, honey. And who are you, sir?
I was wondering who you
Who are you?
were.
Who is this guy? So I was with Sandra yesterday. So since Sandra's not here, this is your new job, okay? It was awesome. It was great. So, I mean, of course, if you're in the city of London, we still have some amazing people. It doesn't matter, but no, it was great.
Well, I had a great time. Did he tell you I was with him Sunday night?
Yes. You
We had
guys,
a fun time.
who are you cooking for?
Her name is Monique. She works with Sabina.
Yeah, all I heard is $1,200.
Yeah.
Yeah, $1,200 for you to cook for you.
I go and cook and I bring all the food to mine. So this was Frosty Campbell's one.
So people
I'm
ask,
doing that with my other food.
people ask me to do. That's like Joe's thing.
Well,
And then I was like, Joe would have one. Joe used to let me come to her house.
yeah.
And I'm
We
like,
make it my house for their house.
and I made this. Mike already has her husband made it because the clients made it, and so I already have this issue that okay, people are coming into my home. I already feel like I've been taken over, so I'm like, no, I can't do it. What? That is my actually he does. Actually, a lot of people because his mother thinks that we should allow everybody to use the hot tub in the backyard too. And I'm like, you have no idea what that is. The reason the backyard is like that is because I sit there. Like,
Because Shelly, my nurse, age demographic that covers everybody in that age she somehow knows or cool what. And then there's other people you can ask what anybody thinks. Yeah. Yes, I worked with her many times. We texted lots with him, we talked on the phone. She wasn't that was great. Yeah, she's one of the actors I really enjoy. I don't really say that openly. I think it's
Okay, I've studied.
I've got to do it again.
So I have everyone not called.
Move on.
1, 2, 3.
Then you can escape.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you to everyone who has joined us today in person as well as online. There'll be a recording of today, which we'll share to anybody that registered. And I'm not sure if I'm getting pointed at right now. Am I doing all right? No?
Content or just
Content as well. In any case, and then eventually the broadcast will be shared on our local cable access Rogers TV. So pretty exciting about that. In any case, my name is Paul Jenkins. I'm the CEO of the St. Thomas and District Chamber of Commerce. No applause necessarily, but certainly appreciated after my devastating Oilers Game 7 loss last night. I appreciated that. Thank you. In any case, we serve nearly 600 members, businesses, nonprofits, charities, and civic organizations throughout the city of St. Thomas, the municipality of Central Elgin, and the township of Southold. So I'd like to think we have a pretty impressive reach within the community that we serve. Really looking forward to today, a meaningful one of learning, sharing, and empowerment as we address one of the most important issues impacting communities from coast to coast to coast. And I start this day feeling incredibly grateful for my friends and peers. When I say that, that's all the people that I said, hey, can you share what you've done to improve our community in so many different ways? And the response was passionate, enthusiastic, and generous. So very grateful for the collection of talent that we bring to you today. I also want to acknowledge my colleagues, Paul Markle from the Barrie Chamber of Commerce, and Joel Weeb from the Peterborough and Kawarthas Chamber of Commerce, who alongside myself are co-chairs of the Ontario Chamber Network's newly established Social Action Working Group. I do want to point out too, we have people here from joining us in person from the Ontario Chamber of Commerce, from Sarnia, from Woodstock. I'm going to miss some people from Leamington, from London, from Brantford, Brant, one more time, Windsor, all the way down from Windsor, Tillsonburg, which I should always say Tillsonburg, anyways. Very excited. I probably missed a few, but we built in some times to connect, so really hope you do that today as well. The mission of our group, and I'm just paraphrasing Joel who wrote this, so thank you for the content. The mission of our group, this is the Social Action Working Group, is to make a meaningful contribution towards addressing the issues of addiction, homelessness, food insecurity, and poverty. So obviously it's very important. There's been a number of these conversations actually that have happened in our community of recent. I also want to thank my incredible staff, Christy, who's not in this room, so this is great, and then Kiana, our summer student who'll be up here shortly, for pulling together this in-person and online event in 3 short weeks. It's great to be the one with ideas when you have people that are talented and can deal with your squirrel brain to execute things. And there's no doubt, sick of hearing this, but it's my firm belief that there's nothing more important that our organization could be doing than facilitating today's conversation. So thank you as well, real quickly, to the staff of the Queso Station. That's the beautiful building that we're in, 1885, for giving us this magnificent space for free. And just a few housekeeping items before we begin. For anybody here in person, you pass the washrooms on the way in the door. Coffee and breakfast have been generously provided by Las Chicas del Cafe, which is actually located in this building and owned and operated by the incoming chair of our Chamber of Commerce, Maria Fialos, who some of you might have met at the Ontario Chamber Conference. Lunch is provided by Chamber member catering by James Meadows, while the afternoon candy bar has been supplied by our board of directors. So we are going to amp you up on sugar to get you through this day. And then speaking of our board, I'd like to recognize Graydon Lang. Graydon, I know the people on video can't see you. And those applause are absolutely well deserved. He's an absolute consummate community builder. He was at a railway museum last night, setting up a public viewing to watch Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Finals. So he didn't do much in terms of determining the winner, but he's fantastic at building communities. He's also incidentally the chair of the St. Thomas Downtown Development Board, and clearly is facilitating the in-person and online logistics of this event. For those online, thank you for joining us from across the province. About 10 minutes ago, we shared with you the various presentations that will be made today. Follow at your leisure. And then I'm personally going to be monitoring the online chat, and if time permits, I'll bring your questions and comments to the in-person discussion throughout the day. For those in person, again, if we have time for your questions or comments, I'll bring the microphone to you so we can properly capture the audio for our online friends. Now, when my peers and friends, when we first sat down with the group to plan this event, one of our first operating principles we agreed upon was incredibly simple. What is happening in our community is not okay. It's not okay for our vulnerable populations. It's not okay for economic prosperity. It's not okay for our community's future. So our goal today is to start with this unifying principle. Well, a 30% reduction in chronic homelessness in just 7 months is certainly something to learn from. I mean, it is the catalyst for why we're here today. There's so much more work to be done. As such, let us be leaders on these issues. Let us lead with compassion and empathy. Let us lead for the betterment of our families, friends, and neighbors. And ultimately, let us be impactful leaders guided by measurable results, common sense, and an unwavering commitment to housing, healthcare, and dignity for all. Well, I know many of you in this room, and I'm otherwise familiar with a number of your organizations. I'm excited to learn today, to be informed and empowered, and ultimately to better be able to serve as an ally and advocate on issues critical to our members. Thank you again for joining us today. Please welcome Simran Singh, the Senior Policy Analyst from the Ontario Chamber of Commerce, to say a few words.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Lots of familiar faces in the room. Glad to be here. First, I want to extend my heartfelt thanks to the St. Thomas and District Chamber of Commerce for organizing this important event. I think your dedication to addressing critical social issues by bringing together diverse voices is much needed. I am a senior policy analyst with the Ontario Chamber of Commerce. The OCC represents the voice of 60,000 businesses across Ontario through our 150 local chambers and boards of trade. Our policy and advocacy efforts are crucial in representing these businesses. We've published several reports highlighting the urgent need for comprehensive strategies to tackle issues affecting our economic and social well-being. We released a report titled Home Stretched last year, where we address the housing crisis that is impacting the business's ability to attract and retain talent. The lack of affordable housing is a significant barrier for potential employees, affecting businesses across the province. That's what we heard. Similarly, we did a lot of work on mental health and addictions, starting with the mental health echo pandemic and the ongoing opioid crisis in the province, highlighting how these issues directly are impacting businesses and neighborhoods. In producing this work, our team at the OCC engaged with local chambers, boards of trade, community organizations, and the message we heard was loud and clear that social issues like mental health, homelessness, addictions, they impact businesses' operational efficiency and their bottom lines. So they are inherently business issues. We've all seen the impact of the escalating opioid crisis, in particular, how it's had a direct impact on businesses across the main streets in Ontario. All these businesses have been placed on the front lines and they're not equipped to deal with the challenge. I'm particularly reminded of this business that I talked to from Brantford, who shared how his business was located between two drug clinics and how he had to deal with folks battling substance use, sometimes passed out outside a store, and how he had to spend money barricading the front and the back side of a store, all of which requires money. And he told me, Simran, this is coming at a time when I'm still struggling to repay back the loan that I took during the pandemic to keep my lights on. And folks, this is one of the many stories that I heard, which is why I say these are not just health or social issues, these are fundamentally business issues. We've used our research and our consultations to advocate and create partnerships at the Chamber, and we'll continue to do so because we know that this is an issue that requires an all-hands-on-deck approach. Addressing them requires a collaborative approach with industry on the table, government on the table, and community organizations as well. Social responsibility and economic success, in my mind, is deeply interconnected. By working together, we can create an environment where businesses thrive and communities can be healthy and resilient. So I'm really happy to be here. I see today's discussions will delve into a lot of these issues, exploring how we can collectively address these issues and create a more inclusive and prosperous society. And I look forward to the takeaways and insights that I'm going to get from these sessions. So with that, I'm going to pause and thank you again to Paul and all the speakers, and thank all of you for being here. Andre and I from the Chamber are here. If you want to swing by, chat, have any questions about the OCC, we'll be happy to answer. Thank you.
I'm going to invite up our super duper dynamic summer students, Kiana Petsnick, who is going to share a land acknowledgement, but very grateful for the Canada Summer Jobs Program, MP.
Hi everyone. I just want to preface, I will be saying it in French and English, so when I'm done in English, please pause because there will be a French version coming. So to start, in my role as a student ambassador for the University of Ottawa, I do regularly give land acknowledgements to honor the Algonquin people before each tour. And it's my honor today to present today with this acknowledgement of the issue we've gathered today has a disproportionate impact on our Indigenous communities here as well. In keeping with recognition for the need for truth and reconciliation, as well as Article 92, we acknowledge the historical location of our meeting on the traditional territories of the Indigenous people, including the Upper Canadian Land Surrenderers, specifically Treaty 2 from 1790 and Treaty 3 from 1792. Long before European settlers came to this land, the area was the traditional home of the Anishinaabe, the Atiwandarok, and the Haudenosaunee people. We acknowledge the rights, dignity, and well-being of the Indigenous people of the world, and we are grateful to participate in the stewardship of land, which currently home to the communities of the Munsee Delaware First Nation, Chippewa of the Thames First Nation, and the United Nation of the Thames. We are grateful to work on this land, and we strive to build a more equitable and just community. Maintenant en français. En tant qu'ambassadrice étudiante de l'Université d'Ottawa, je présente régulièrement une reconnaissance de terre en l'honneur des peuples algonquins avant chaque visite. Aujourd'hui, cependant, je tiens à reconnaître que le problème que nous sommes réunis aujourd'hui a un impact disproportionné sur nos communautés autochtones. Conformément à la reconnaissance du besoin de vérité et de la réconciliation, en plus de l'article 92, nous reconnaissons l'emplacement historique de notre région sur les terres traditionnelles des peuples autochtones, incluant des cessions de terres de Haut-Canada. En particulier, le traité numéro 2 de 1790 et traité numéro 3 de 1792. Bien avant l'arrivée des colons européennes, cette région était le lieu de vie traditionnel des Anishinaabe, des Mississauga, des Adirondack et des Haudenosaunee. Nous reconnaissons les droits, la dignité et le bien-être des peuples autochtones au monde entier et nous sommes reconnaissants de participer à la gestion de terres qui habitent les communautés de Premières Nations Munsee Delaware, de la Première Nation Chippewa de la Thames et de la Nation Oneida de la Thames. Nous sommes reconnaissantes de travailler sur cette terre alors que nous essayons de créer une communauté plus équitable et juste.
Thank you so much, Kiana. We moved our office into this building about a year ago, not quite a year ago, mostly so we could corner some of our elected politicians. So my office is just down on the main floor this way. Our MP Karen Vecchio, who I'm going to invite up here next, is up on the second floor, but the opposite end. But we use the same stairwell and the same entrance. So I think she might have been voluntold to be here today, but clearly not generous supporter of our business community. Karen, please say a few words.
Thanks very much, everybody, and welcome to everybody who's come to our beautiful community. To all of you, you're going to recognize we're a little different here in St. Thomas. We've got Mayor Joe. We've got just Karen, not Karen Vecchio, just Karen. Yeah, you're different, Joe. But this is a community where, and I see, it's great to see Rob Flack. I know it looks like Rob will be here later, Deb, possibly. We don't know. The new Minister of Ag, we just don't know where he may be today because he is going to be one busy, busy dude. But what we do here in this community is really special, and it is about all levels of government working together. Whether we're working on amazing projects with the YWCA, or with our St. Thomas Community Foundation, or with our City of St. Thomas. It's all about us working together. And we know that when we're talking about homelessness and the social issues that are going on today, they're extraordinarily complex. For my years, I have been a member of Parliament for the last 9 years. And prior to that, I had worked for 11 years for the guy over there that now is Mayor Joe. So during his time, I can look at the last 20 years and kind of give you an idea of what I have seen. And when people will say, well, politics, what's really changed? And I'll say, it's changed a lot. We see, and I'm sure every office sees there, the angst of so many of our community members, the concerns for their family and their children, the addictions and the violence that are also going out there. And all of these issues come together to create such a complex issues for us to try to unfold. And I think that when we're looking at this is such a huge onion. I am so glad to see, and I probably won't get this right, is it Dr. May? Is that how? Dr. Mai. I am so excited to see Dr. Mai here today because I know across Canada, when we talk about addictions, we have a whole bunch of ideologies on what it should be. And unfortunately, I can tell you from my own personal experience, ideologies get you nowhere. It's great to think that everybody should be drug-free and life should be perfect, and your children will go off to university and they'll get married and have children and everything's going to be beautiful. But that's not what the world is offering today. The world is offering a lot of conflict, and it's offering a lot of opportunities to take the wrong path. And so we are seeing this next generation coming with issues that we've never had to deal with. I look at myself as a graduate from the 80s and 90s, right? I grew up when I think is probably the best time, the best music, all of those great things. And John Hughes, the best movies from the 80s as well. And I look at those times as so simple. And then I look at where we are in 2024. And I would not want to be a teenager today. I would not want to have to make the choices that some of our teenagers are having to make. And I would not want to view some of the things that our teenagers are seeing as well. And we have to understand with drugs and the epidemic that's going on there, it's something that our generation, I'm sorry, Dr. May, you're probably much better on this, but we seem to have this disconnect. I grew up in a time where cocaine, you heard about cocaine and you're like, oh, and now you hear of cocaine pretty much being normalized. You see it in movies, and I tell Jill this story all the time. When you see Scarlett Johansson as a mom in a movie snorting cocaine to go out for a party, this is Scarlett Johansson. She is a movie star, but she is also setting an example of what we see. And when young people see this normalized, why not? And I think we have to be very, very cautious of the role models that we're putting forward today. We know that we are seeing a lot of scary things happen out there. We are seeing overdoses on our streets, and we are seeing our police officers having to deal with issues that they've never had to deal with before. We know that when they're going there, that the mental health is a lot of times one of the most difficult things. But when it comes to homelessness and social issues, we can't just put everybody in the same bucket. We have to understand the complexities of it. I had a great meeting with the Mayor of London yesterday, and we were talking about housing. We were talking about what it looks like to get people housed and understanding that some people are on the streets truly because of economic reasons, truly because they can't afford the rent anymore, they can't get that home. And that food security, if you're going across to the food bank, their shelves are empty. They are trying their best to get food on those shelves, but the shelves are empty because people who have 6-digit figures cannot keep up, or incomes cannot keep up with the cost of living today. So we know that there are all of these things happening at the economic side for families. And then we have the mental health pieces. We know that getting a doctor in the city of Ottawa, 25% of people living there do not have a doctor. I know in our communities, we continue to try to work to bring doctors here to show them, hey, who doesn't want to go down to the Port Stanley Beach in the middle of the afternoon? We've got everything. So coming to St. Thomas is actually a really good thing because there's so much around here to do. But we know that people need family doctors. And so trying to get family doctors across Canada to deal with these complex issues is becoming more and more difficult as well, because we do know that we're losing doctors all the time. And so to all of those doctors and anybody working in the healthcare sector, thank you so much. We know that you're giving your time, your efforts, and every last ounce of patience that you may have as well, because it's a really hard struggle. So when we're looking at these issues, we have to understand the complexity. There's the economics, there's the mental health, and then there's the addictions and mental health side, because it all goes hand in hand. And understanding that those addictions can lead, or the mental health can lead to addictions. I understand the impact of small businesses. We speak to small businesses all the time. People having to shut their front doors, those retail outlets where walking into a door, you have to unlock the key now to allow someone into your facility. Those were not the times that we had before. But I know that with the hard work, with all of the people in this room today, with good policies and all levels of governments, volunteers, and community working together, we can get back on track. We can work and we can find a future and hope. And that is what I'm so happy to see here in this room today. I'm happy to see people from across Southwestern Ontario working towards hope. Let's make sure that our communities are safe. Let's make sure we have good policies, and let's make sure at the end of the day we are there for our vulnerable people so that tomorrow they too can have a better life. Thanks so much.
I'll do my bit to bring a little bit of levity. Dirty Dancing, I know it wasn't a John Hughes one, but I mean, some of the greatest cinema ever. I also want to recognize Councillor Gary Clark from the City of St. Thomas, who joined us. Unfortunately, or fortunately, Our member of provincial parliament, the Honourable Rob Flack, is now a full-fledged minister, the Minister of Farming, Agriculture and Agribusiness, and was unable to join us. But Deb Ransom, who's starting a tourist business in Nova Scotia, I told you I was going to plug it. Anyway, she is going to bring a few words from our MPP.
Hello, everyone. Regretfully, Rob cannot be here today. He really did want to be here. And he counts himself very, very fortunate to have served as the Associate Minister of Housing, and now they've changed the title of the ministry to he is now the Minister of Agriculture, Food, and Agribusiness. That's what they are now calling it. He counts these two ministries as very important, pivotal rights in people's lives. Everyone has the right to have a roof over their head, and everyone has a right to have food on their plate. And he is really, really proud to represent our province in these important facets. I'm going to add in a third right that people have, and that is access to health care when they need it. So I would like to share from Rob his congratulations, his gratefulness to everyone in this room and everyone online for coming together to have this important discussion today. He really does wish he could be here, but he will be getting a full report on everything that it happens here today. And the door is always open. So if you have anything that you want to share with us, to bring back to the provincial government, we are happy to hear it. And on behalf of our government, on behalf of the Premier of Ontario, and on behalf of Rob Flack, thank you very much for coming together today.
For those who really want to see Rob Flack, I think we still have a few tickets left over for our MPP luncheon, which is Thursday at the Railway City Museum. We like to take on a lot of work. I used to work at for the foundation of it, but the St. Thomas Elgin General Hospital, number one ER wait times out of 74 facilities in the province, has been like that for a decade. Big fan, yes, of our local healthcare. It's the top performing community hospital in the province, full stop. In any case, dumb pumping the tires, we're into the meaty content of today, and Monica Lansky is the Vice President, Patient Services and CIO of the St. Thomas Elgin General Hospital, and is visiting us this morning before she heads to a strategic planning session for the future of local healthcare. Please join me in welcoming Monica.
Good morning, everyone, and I'm honored to be here. Thank you. I'm doing a presentation on homelessness, which is why we're here today. And, it's homelessness, unsheltered, living without a home, couch surfing, whatever you want to call it. It's not okay. It's a travesty, and it's something that all of us here are collectively passionate about. And on behalf of St. Thomas Elgin General Hospital, we too are just as passionate about helping to ensure the safety of our patients that come into our organization. Get this right. I'm happy to share this, and I'm looking at Heather Sheridan over here, and she has been instrumental in our work. It has been such a collaborative endeavor. And truthfully, this wouldn't have happened without Heather and her team. So this presentation really is from Heather and I. And Heather, please feel free to jump in. But for me, it speaks to when you bring together thoughtful leaders, you can do exemplary work. At St. Thomas and Elgin General Hospital and St. Thomas Elgin Social Services, we created a program called the Community Access Partnership Program. And how this came to realization was I was at a Schedule I facility meeting, and London Health Sciences Centre was talking about their No Fixed Address project, which has been alive for about 10 years. And I was saying to our manager, how do we bring that into St. Thomas? What do we need to do? And that's how it started. And we brought together some very, very insightful leaders, and we were able to make some traction. So by way of history and some context, in our inpatient program, we service about 800 patients a year, which equates to about 4,200 inpatient days. And we were tracking our data, and on average, we were discharging about 10 patients per week to the streets, which actually I was very surprised when I saw that number. So it really magnified for us, we need to do something differently. And the other piece we noted, we have social workers, but it was really challenging for them to put the puzzle together. Who do we contact? Who do we call? How do we help navigate this patient? So never mind the patient being confused in family, our social workers were confused in terms of how do we put the dots together. The other issue we had, similar to every hospital, and I won't go on about it, is just resource constraints. Our social worker and healthcare team were not spending enough time with patients who needed that level of care. On top of that, there's so many dependencies within homelessness. You have addictions, you have mental health, you have poverty, and you have violence. The system is so, as we've heard, it's multi-pronged and it's complex. And that in itself and alone requires such a strong team to navigate. Our staff were very frustrated and feeling like they weren't doing their job, and our patients were feeling the same. So again, we decided we need to have a plan. So again, we brought together some thoughtful leaders within our hospital and across St. Thomas City, Elgin Social Services. We did a complete review of our current state, and we tried to map out our future state. You know, recognizing London had a plan, we had to massage it to meet the needs of St. Thomas. And that's really proven to be very successful for us. So again, we engaged with our community partners. And again, I can't say enough about Heather and her team. They've really parachuted into our hospital. Yeah, a huge kudos, seriously. And her team, we have a full team now, I'd say. The ability for them, they just gelled together. And I feel, and I think all of you do, when you have passionate people that really care about a cause, you can accomplish anything. We looked at the model that London developed. Again, we had to massage it to meet St. Thomas's needs. And then throughout this project, we did a lot of plan, do, study, act to make it work. And the partnership, what we really realized here was that it's all about collaboration and learning from one another. We know that not one person can do this alone. How do we work cohesively and effectively with everybody within our community to meet the needs of our patients? We had some patients participate in some of our work as well from that advocacy perspective and having them inform our plan. And that was very insightful as well. Again, it's a complex environment, and having to understand from their perspective how challenging it was very, very helpful. What we've done throughout all this now is we've been able to help support individuals. I believe to date, we've put through about 70 patients or 80 patients through our program, which we started in August of 2023. It took us about 4 months to get this project up and running. And we, like I said, put about 80 patients through the program. What was an unintended consequence out of this, though, which was a good thing? Our social worker now knows exactly who to call, who to connect, and her ability to spend more focused time with patients has been just a game changer for us at our hospital. We now know how to tell patient A to connect with, home and community, daycare. How do you need food stamps? What does your shelter look like? And again, with the support from Heather's team, it's just been fabulous that we've seen. Some of our outcomes so far, we've supported people with ODSP packages of housing, financial. We work very, very closely again with Heather's team. How do we get affordability for housing? And again, this could have taken our hospital weeks and weeks to figure out. Now that we have Heather's team, they come in twice a week for about 3 hours. They connect with the care team, and they start to build up that navigation care plan with our patients. Some of the areas that we've been able to, again, focus on is financial support, access to housing, referral to legal support that we really had a gap with in our team. Referring people to community mental health, we were doing that in the past, but now we have a greater, I'd say, flow for outpatient support, setting patients up with referral, trauma management, and really advocating for our patients. And really, I think bundling care around our patients has been what's really important, because we only had a piece of the puzzle before. Now we're just bundling our patients, and that has been so helpful for many of our patients. I'd say what's come out of this is some quotes that we heard, is what's gone well is actually the amount of people that have been supportive into housing through our preventative efforts. Homelessness is a crisis, but it's further exacerbated when it's a medical setting. I'm very happy that these supports are available in St. Thomas. This is the most support I've ever seen one of my clients receive. We've had a few scenarios here where one of our patients actually, they got a job. They have a job now. They saw a caseworker walking down the street, and actually the patient yelled out of the bus, "I've got a job." We supported a patient that was transgendering, and they felt very not connected with anybody. And the mom and dad came in, and we were able to help this gentleman get proper housing. And she said she has never felt so supported, or her son, in their entire life. The amount of burden I think that the hospital was feeling trying to figure this out on our own has been lifted. Again, because we're networking with our community partners. We're looking at this as a phase one. Right now, we're seeing patients in our inpatient mental health only to get them into our community access prevention program. We will be looking at rolling this out into our outpatient program, where we have just as many volumes and as many challenges. Again, the support from St. Thomas Elgin Social Services will be key. But again, we're heading in the right direction. This could not have happened if it wasn't for St. Thomas helping us out here. And again, it's been great. Our physicians are so happy, and sometimes it's hard to make physicians happy. No offense, Dr. Mai. It can be. Some people get very territorial about their work. Don't step into my little area. I've got a 10-foot bubble. They couldn't be more pleased. They are actually so happy that we're doing this service, so that is really critical for our organization and our nursing staff and our social workers. It's one of the best things we've probably done in our mental health inpatient program for years and years. So again, our plan to move forward is outpatients. We're looking at potentially following patients further on their trajectory. How do we see what's happening a year after they've gone through the program? Again, this is a phased model, but we're taking baby steps one at a time. And if we can improve one patient's outlook on life, then we're doing what we need to be doing. So again, thank you for your time. And questions for anyone, for Heather and I? Any questions? No? Yes. No. We didn't have additional funding. But what I would say is, is this on? Because we've been able to free up time for our social worker now, we were going to have to bring in additional resources, but because she knows who to call now, it's been more of an avoidance for us that we haven't brought in additional resources. But no, we did not bring in additional resources. Okay. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Monica said right at the start, talking about thoughtful leadership. So it's nice to have you living and breathing and bringing that to our community. And I think all of our starting point, we talked about it's not okay, but I think another piece of that is that we care, and that's why we're in this room. And then in particular, you also talked about like the current state of what was happening in the future state. So the St. Thomas Elgin General Hospital uses lean thinking in terms of actually being able to map that out, to drive and to measure change. I think that's really a big piece. He's going to introduce himself ultimately really well. He's everybody's mayor. His Worship, Joe Preston.
Thank you, Paul. And it's really quite unique to be here at a Chamber of Commerce event talking about homelessness and how the hospital works together with their community and how our housing department, by the way, I work with Heather. Yeah. But that's really the basis of what we are here to share today. And please steal our ideas, because when you mention one, I'm going to steal yours. Okay, and it'll be mine the second time I have to mention it, but after that. It is about taking good ideas and following through. You know that Councillor Clark is here, and I thought Councillor McCauley was coming too, but we have a council that is second to none. I thank the Lord every night for the council that he gave us here in St. Thomas that tends to think at least similarly. And that's all it takes. We can have great conversations about how to work together, but we get together. And then you take that and branch that out. We just heard how well our hospital works with us in this community and through our own social service department. Then you take it and branch it out through our youth protocol and through the YWCA and all the great things they do. And then you branch it out further through Canadian Mental Health and Addictions. And then you take it out just a little bit further. We started off as a council some 5 years ago with a plan that said St. Thomas is growing and probably growing at a rate that was greater than was being managed. We said, let's grow smart. Let's put together a plan that will allow St. Thomas to grow in an organized fashion and will be able to deal with the municipal issues that we're faced with. So we wrote that plan, and sure enough, it involved a lot to do with our Chamber of Commerce and in creating jobs. Because we felt if there's a lot of people coming to our community, between 1,000 and 2,000 people a year coming to our community, we better also have jobs ready for them. We think that was our responsibility, so we did, and it worked. And now we're attracting more jobs, and the same thing happens. We said we have to have housing for all the people that are coming to our community. If 1,000 to 2,000 people are coming to our community, we have to ensure that there is at least the housing that will allow these workers to come to our community. While we started to face housing as a council, we realized we not only needed to look to the future to what would come to our community, but there was a whole lot of correction that had to happen from the housing of the people we already had. And so we went forward on that, whether it was the establishment of an emergency shelter that also had the capacity to scale itself to do the job right. And you'll hear from them today, and it's been phenomenal. Our combination of working with Indwell and how to do supportive housing well in our community through the municipal government helping with it or asking our local developers and others to move forward on supportive housing. And it's worked by establishing immediately a by names list so we knew numbers and names of what we're trying to deal with, what we had to correct in our community. Are we at zero yet? Because we're sure built for zero. We're getting there, and we're moving as fast as we can, but we know where we are, and we know what still is needed. We talked as a council about providing housing, because some of it is just simply supply and demand. If we can supply housing, we can work on the affordability side of it. So we went knocking on doors in every direction we could and said, would you come to St. Thomas and build? Would you come to St. Thomas and build? Would you come to St. Thomas and build? And by the way, we'll give you your building permit in about 15 seconds, and we'll do a bunch of other stuff that cities can do right. And we got out of the stuff we couldn't do right or couldn't do at all, and we asked the community to help us with it. We have a fantastic triumvirate, I like to say, between our member of parliament, our member of provincial parliament, and the mayor and council in this community. We're all good friends. We all talk at least 5 times a week, it seems, and it's with purpose. You're not going to get things done if you don't gather good people with you to do the good things. It just won't happen. I spent time out in Calgary at FCM not that long ago, 2 weekends ago or 3 weekends ago, and it was a real 50% split of what was said out there from municipal councillors and mayors. One side said, boy, are we ever growing and are we ever grabbing onto it? Are we ever going to accomplish things? We're creating revenue and we're creating the ability to grow in a smart way and we're getting things done. And the other half said, damn, provincial and federal government won't send me enough money. Which side do you think is going to have a success on every problem they're working on? The one that says, I can get a team together. Somebody asked, is there more funding for the hospital because they did a smart thing? Absolutely not in the beginning. It just doesn't work that way, right? But we make it up in manpower. We make it up in not two people doing it and only one person doing that job, and then there's room for somebody to do something else. And that's the cooperative nature that we've seen here in St. Thomas. I don't know if you can tell I'm a little excited. I have a lot of fun. And every day I wake up smiling because something new and good has happened in our community. And it might not always be a great new industry said they were coming to St. Thomas. Sometimes it's we dropped their numbers in our by names list. Sometimes it's we've got another project on the go and somebody else has joined the team, the big team that it takes to make it happen. So if you can help us in any way, send your people here. We need employees too. So. Send your developers here because there's home builders that aren't working other places. So send them here. We actually need everything built we can get built. But let's all work together. It's now become more regional. Karen was talking about being with Mayor Morgan last night in London, and he and I talk probably weekly also about the region, about what we need to do collectively and whether it's the other communities around us. This is not a problem that is solved any one place in a bubble. It is about joining hands and making it work across borders. Glad to see our hospital working on it. Glad to see a lot of other agencies now really helping us with it. But I can't brag enough about the team in St. Thomas. And I mean, we already pointed out Heather, so I'll quit pointing her out. But the whole team, it's just, have you got a plan? If we follow it, will it work? Who else can join us in making it happen? So thanks for coming and joining us today.
For those new to our community or those joining us online, Joe, that was brief. There we go. I mean, right on. I absolutely do love it. Judith, I'm hoping you'll be right if we bump you up and then have a cup of coffee afterwards. I'm just going to say a few things. You talked about, meeting with the Mayor of London last night, and then you mentioned, the ease of building permits. We actually had Element 5, a vertically integrated mass lumber, cross-laminated beams company. I should know that right off the top of my head. But their comment right when they were actually talking about doing business here, it's a community you can do business in. We try to make it as easy as possible. And I think, I'm going to be thinking about all day when I get to wrap up this entire thing with, some key points. But we've heard collaboration already a number of times, and I think it was made explicit this time though as well. Not waiting, and I realize we have an elected member of federal parliament, but not waiting for the feds or the province to come to play. Get started and force them to catch up with you, which I think is one of the insights. Proud to introduce next Judith Wiley, the CEO of the Central Community Health Center, especially because tomorrow is the AGM of that organization and I'm the chair. So they do super duper important work supporting some of our community's most vulnerable people by providing access to primary care. Judith, welcome.
Thank you, Paul. It's just a real pleasure to be here this morning and to see so many people coming to hear about what we're doing in our community. I'm making notes from everything everybody's said so far to work into my remarks here. For the most part, I feel like I'm preaching to the converted. But you chose to come today to explore positive outcomes St. Thomas has had in addressing various social issues. and hopefully to go home with ideas and energy to tackle those issues in your own community. I'm going to take just a moment out of my remarks to do a little commercial for Central Community Health Centre and for community health centres generally. For those of you who don't have community health centres in your location, they're really, I think the best way to describe it is it's a one-stop shop. And in my opinion, my humble opinion, I wish Rob was here, but Deb's here and she knows this, I think it's the solution to the healthcare crisis. We started, I was invited actually to come from downtown Toronto 14 years ago to find a location, open a center, staff it, program it, whatever, and then retire. And to steal from Joe, I've had so much fun the last 14 years that I'm not going anywhere yet. I'm still here to challenge those other levels of government, et cetera, to give us that proper funding to do the really difficult work we do. We have 3,000 clients, many of whom face issues to their care and to their well-being. And you've heard a lot about partnerships so far. I'm going to talk about it more, but that's how we do our business. We partner with the hospital, we partner with social services, we partner with the police services, et cetera, and it really is the only way to get things done. So you're going to hear various examples today of what I'm about to address. And that, I was trying to do that, thank you. And that is the partnership approach to problem solving. There was a day when we expected government to take care of all of the issues, healthcare, education, housing, whatever it be. And we know from experience that simply isn't possible. We will talk about a triumvirate approach to problem solving and demonstrate how successful that's been in our community. In other words, private sector, public sector, and nonprofit charitable sector working together to share resources and vision for better outcomes and healthier communities. Healthy communities in which all its citizens can have opportunities to participate, and healthy communities where businesses can thrive. Let's look for a moment at what makes current and future residents and businesses want to locate, live, work, and/or play in our community. Evidence suggests that businesses and residents place considerable importance on community characteristics that go far beyond simply a vibrant community. There was a study called The Soul of the Community Project, conducted in 26 communities across the USA by something called the Knight Foundation and Gallup. And they found that there are 5 characteristics that most influence community involvement or community attachment. In order of importance, they were social offerings, openness, aesthetics, education, and basic services. That same study found that those communities that focused on these areas also had the highest rates of growth in local gross domestic product. Taken together, this and other research provides strong evidence for communities to pay close and specific attention to the social as well as economic conditions in their communities. While these are often related, the evidence suggests that businesses and residents are clearly looking for community characteristics that go far beyond a vibrant economy, as I have said. Perhaps even more importantly, it seems clear that a strong social and aesthetic foundation I'm sorry, I have asthma and it's working up with this weather, is critically important to building a healthy and sustainable economy, and not necessarily the other way around. I was fortunate to do some work with the Drucker Foundation and became a very big fan of Peter Drucker. If you don't know him, his book, The Age of Discontinuity, is worth reading. And in that, he argues that all sectors of society are affected with the public interest, but must operate in symbiosis, like an orchestra, each playing its own part in collaboration with other institutions. In other words, for businesses to survive and succeed in today's globalized, hyper-connected world, business leaders must be willing to embrace collaboration as a guiding principle, even more so than competition. I have had the great good fortune to work and or live in many areas of the world. And I can say with absolute confidence and pride, and Heather's smiling because I think she's heard me say this many times, that the manner in which agencies and businesses work in St. Thomas is quite unique. For the most part, they demonstrate a willingness to work together and to share resources, and most importantly, largely without ego. It really is a tribute. Traditionally, programs that address social change have been quite hierarchical in nature, where a government designs a program or a service and then engages, mostly a charity, to carry out that program or service. That power imbalance, I have no empirical evidence of this, it's simply my opinion. The power imbalance that results from this hierarchical relationship has implications for daily interactions and decisions on both sides of the relationship. And I believe that a great deal of the potential in Ontario's nonprofit sector remains untapped, and missed opportunities to recognize, accommodate, and partner effectively with the sector can stifle innovation and collaboration, whereas working across the sectors, we recognize that each sector has unique assets, capabilities, relationships, and mandates, and we can accomplish so much more. Also, traditionally, I just couldn't resist putting this in. The nonprofit charitable sector was thought of as the poor cousin, taking resources and yet doing the grunt work to solve those problems, often without recognition of the financial importance of this sector and the business acumen that goes along with accomplishing those outcomes, almost always. In other words, the nonprofit sector is comprised of businesses, the only difference being that we use our profit for a different purpose. You may not be aware that the nonprofit charitable sector in Canada represents an average 9% of GDP versus 6.4% of GDP in the oil and gas industry. Just a little fun fact. Perhaps more than ever before, addressing our interdependent problems requires collaboration across the public, private, and nonprofit sectors. While each sector has its limitation, it also has unique assets, capabilities, relationships, approaches, and mandates. In sum, where the public, nonprofit, and private sectors share expertise, new ideas, resources, and authority to address our most difficult challenges, social innovation can shift systems, generate high community impact, and create much-needed social change that strengthens the community as a whole and opens the door to innovation, change, and growth. Thank you.
We're actually, I had a couple of seconds. Are there any questions or comments that anyone has before we take a quick minute break for the bathroom or coffee or breakfast? No, I can't even see what's online. They're probably now rapidly putting in their questions. Joel from the Peterborough Kawarthas Chamber of Commerce.
I love all this talk about how everybody works together and you know, there's a I love all the talk of everybody working together, and I'm just curious, like, how this came to be. Not every community across Ontario has these relationships. Certainly, there was talk of egos. There are egos within certain, segments within our city, and I'm sure many others. How did this all get started? How do you start to build this? Because yeah, I just want to know where to start.
You look like you were itching to respond to that, Mayor. All right.
You get started. Sometimes it's simply pointing out that we're not working together, right? And not in a negative way. We're all in one community and we all have certain jobs to do, whether it's a business job or a municipal job or a social service job. But we've spent a lot of time sharing with each other, well, two people are doing that job. Could we at least work together on it? And if it works, then great. One of you now has free time. So I've got another job for you. Right? But it really, sometimes it's as politely as possible pointing out that we got to quit working separate from each other. There isn't enough government dollars to ever get it done if we do it that way. But in my former life as a member of parliament, as grants would come forward, we would look for the ones that had about 5 or 6 agencies on them, saying, oh, we're going to work together on this. And there are certainly the ones to be rewarded. If you're standing alone and trying to do it on your own, don't expect other people to help you because you didn't ask for help, right? But if you could put 5 groups together in one room or 10 groups together in one room and then say, we'll do this collectively, it's far easier for the other levels of government, including the municipal government, to say, what a great way to work together.
I'd like to add to that, Joe, if you don't mind. I don't have an answer, and it's a fabulous question. But what I would say, and I think it builds on what Joe says, I mean, I don't know, we're just a group of people who care, first and foremost, from our leadership right through. But I would say that if you don't see that same kind of environment in your community, start it. Do what Joe says, pull people together, have the conversation, name the problem. We're not working together. It is a great community and it is really unique. I've never seen it anywhere before.
Judith, I'm going to get you to pass that to Dr. Mai, then to Ashley, and then to Suzanne from Tilsonburg, who has a question. Right.
Dr. Mai had a question. I'm Suzanne from Tilsonburg. Ashley is here as well. My question when you began, Joe, and all through all of these, as is was Joel's partly, we are a municipality part of an Oxford County region. We don't have the bricks and mortar specifically of all these places inside Tilsonburg. It's a challenge to get to them for these people. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it that way, but you know what I mean, to help the sector that needs help the most. Our hospitals haven't been equipped with it. So many things. And I just wondered if you have any advice about what that might look like in a regional place like that. All of this, wow, look, work together, partnerships, it's simply stunning. We had a gentleman come from another municipality part of Oxford who told us that you just have to work together. You just have to talk, negotiate, don't fight. I'm like, that is so simple. Like, seriously, it's so simple. Anyway, what do you think?
First of all, go steal their ideas.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Every community that you're dealing with has great ideas. Steal their ideas and start to do it, and they start to notice, hey, those are really smart people over there. It's okay. We do social services and housing across the county of Elgin, and certainly there's voids, but certainly there's the cooperation of working together. I think Judith said it right. Just get started. Just start with one and become, hey, do you think there's anybody in South Oxford that would want to talk about this? Is there anybody in Tilsonburg that would join us with this? Absolutely there is, right? And if you can make, I'm not trying to be negative about it, but if you make other people feel left out, they somehow want to join a winning team. All right. And so that works too. It's okay. Right?
Awesome. Thank you so much. Any other questions before we take a quick break? I think that was a really impactful first hour. Grab some coffee, come back to your tables, and we're going to go on to understanding homelessness and responding through best practices. Thank you so much.
Didn't steal I took every opportunity to steal.
Yeah. All my thunder.
That was really good first half. I mean, It just kind of shows how on where everybody is about
Exactly.
what we're talking about.
Yeah, no, exactly. And really, it is unique how this community works.
Yeah. Same message.
You're not recognizing. I know the face. It's Elizabeth. Oh my God, Elizabeth! I was sitting down, and just as they were starting, and what's Jane? What are the chances of being there? I touched your daughter. Oh, and I said, I'm here with your mom. I'm staring at her. She's probably wondering. Fine. That's fine. Sada is still in Grenada at the. Oh. Well, we stayed as well, but we only stayed for 4 nights. So it was a shorter trip, but it was fine. My goal was just to bring her there because she had a connecting flight. She was a little apprehensive, but she's only 15, right? So I said, okay, I'll make the sacrifice. We'll go to the beach, right? So anyway, so at St. George's University, they've been exploring cadavers all day long. She's already done sutures. Is that what you call sutures, right? She's done. Her professors recognized her as being the most whatever competent or whatever in doing it. And so I kept saying to her, "I told you to be a surgeon. How many times did your mother have to tell you?" Anyway, so she's loving it. Yeah, and it's a really good program. She told me that we took a human being. Sorry if I'm grossing you out, Judith. And peeled back all the layers, analyzed it. I always said she's made for it. Whatever they want to do, right? She will, yes, that's exactly it. I hope in the States, like, she can, if she likes Grenada, because that's the key, right? That you have to want to go here. Oh, yeah. You have to, at some level, the country has to want to. It's my understanding that when they finish, because it's only a 2-year program, they get good residency spots in the States. So, she would, but still, like as I was talking, I was on our flight back on Saturday, because there's only one flight that goes direct to Grenada, as you can imagine. So it was on Saturday. So I saw all these young ladies with like 3 or 4 suitcases, and I said, "You must be going home for a break." They said yes. I said, "Are you at St. George's?" And they said yes. And so their biggest challenge staying in Canada was they couldn't get into med school. I mean, that we haven't even touched that. You can't get into med school. So anyway, it's not. So I'm here today because I was just elected as vice chair of the Brantford Chamber, and we just did a strat plan that I coordinated for the group, and we came up with 3 local priorities, and homelessness was one of them. Flipped me an email last week and said, "Hey, they're doing this in St. Thomas." And he said, "Okay." I said, "I'll go." So, see, I don't know, I can't speak to it to the extent of our experience with the healthcare system. That's a different experience. But I was, when you were talking about the healthcare system or your community system, I think I agree with you. Like you need to make sure that you're accessing it and doing it. But otherwise, I know I did, and as I was driving down, and you're trying to think, who's this lady smiling at me? Oh yeah. And you're well otherwise? Yeah. Very good. Well, and I was thinking about that when I came down, and Emma is working. She's doing training at soccer. She's working, and I'm only having one car. So I found a friend to bring her to Hamilton, but I do have to pick her up. Otherwise, I would have easily, because how far are we from here? 15 minutes, I know. I figured you'd say that. Another time. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, it's a challenge when you move, right? But honestly, Judith, I have to say, the girls they unpacked, they did all the kitchen, they did the bathroom. At one point, I just said, I just looked at it and said, you were sure. So you can't do it all. I'm ready for that. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I will find the mug. That's my favorite. That's not
Right here, right person approach.
We definitely have to connect because now that I know that I'm seeing what St. Thomas is doing.
We're civilians, but we're being creative and innovative to special councils. They don't have a firearm, they don't get free uniform, that's where I'm going to go. And I know that there are laws that say you can only do certain things. We figured it out. A lot of services in a lot of cities are not legislative through confines of law
They're still
to support. Not police officers. They have powers of peace officers in the criminal code.
Tomorrow we have our mayor, Kevin Davis's breakfast, and he's presenting the vision of the CEO of the chamber. So make sure you get a question going.
I would think so. From that. And then we have everything set up there, so I'll have to set it in your ATM once it's on the board. Okay. Yeah, great. Thank you.
Right, yes, I heard him say that. For me, it's always I mean, Santa comes back, but I said to myself, when she's coming back. Oh, Judith, just let me know with the I found your dress. I found your dress this morning. There might be something in
Well, we could stay there.
it doesn't really go with the dress. Like I didn't buy it, but it does. I thought with this color.
Are you ready? Yeah, well, are you? Oh, you're in the afternoon. Okay. I'll be at the outreach. So, yeah, you kind of highlight.
So we're talking about the collaborations as well.
Are you here all day?
Here's CCC,
So
but
I'm not
also
going to monopolize you anymore, but I just they already well, now, and now you know who I'll be calling on my way home. I'll be talking to your daughter. Is she still at the school?
yeah, it's really easy to do that. and we really tried to.
It's so funny. I had her in my mind, and then this was, I was coming down.
The amnesty event, so even if there's
Yes.
Going from Redford.
Oh, great.
And so Mayor Kevin Davis has
yeah, I mean, you're trying to do the right thing for everybody.
Great.
I hope it's easy to go to the extreme and make it easy.
I know your area
Yes, this is kind of
we just took my AJ, you know what happened. I stayed in the and like anytime, I find that my city manager has to share a frame and
the other thing we did differently, like other shelters, just
well, that's 3 in a row. That's not really figured. Okay, I gotta give up this job.
Whatever you're doing when you're hiring is working.
Well, it's not only that. Sometimes we're attracting people because of what they see in our community and want to come and also play. So I think I have to guess it's just about 50. Size still says 43, but we're just. I can't believe it's Friday. I'd say by the time the next time is new, I would say you stop at least works really. There's something always going on where they got their well, we sat there and said, you have to have some monitoring because I lived in Mississauga early in my life. I seen friends they just moved because they were great. Oh, I wish we'd done some of this 10 years ago. We're really trying to say, and 10 years out on roads, on parks, on all the social services, and on the rights of the city shelters.
This time in parts of always the days of
well, it's a big and I'd say, great, so that's your own jump, right? All of the activities that you can
and you think about it now in my life,
are they all steps?
No, exactly. You know, I feel like
100%.
I've told you the guy, it's not the storage rate, right? Could you imagine? You've been through an event in a week where, man, I could really use this next time. I'm gonna throw it away, right? And that's their blankets.
The moment I ask you, I'm okay with this. What language do we not? I didn't think house at all. Till a very day and age in 2019. Our show because it's only
No, I mean, I talked to Megan Arthur. She, when she was in there, she grew better. She got a fight and she flies around, everything. She's feeling really good about herself. I asked her about it. She said, yeah, it's a very cheap. That's great. Hopefully, they know what's going on. Like, why would they need to look at it?
I do it in business.
Now, she would spend 2 weeks in the hospital. You know, I talked to her mother. She's almost in the same boat.
One, two. We're going to get started again momentarily. If you can grab your seats and your coffee, we'll continue on with our day.
I'm here in St. Louis, right? It's not Chamber of Commerce. Everybody keeps talking about
place in your speech where you need spontaneous applause or anything? What's your signal? Okay, yeah! So we're gonna go wild. Oh, I often say that at the start. I don't want anyone to feel embarrassed about making you do applause halfway through my speech.
15 stakeholders. So we have like the community health, we have the police, we have almost everybody. You know your piece.
These people know I'm actually doing something.
You can flip the slide if you want.
Just wait for. Alrighty, hope everyone online is having a great day taking part in this. So we're just going to get our next presentation teed up. When we sat down and spent a couple hours planning this over 2 meetings, the content experts that I'm relying on to provide and share their knowledge today kept saying, well, what about this or what about that? And I said, yes, we want to hear. It was really this group that contextualized what we wanted to talk about today, what we felt were the priorities, and brought their passion to the table. Because at any Chamber of Commerce best, we don't necessarily fill spaces, we facilitate spaces. And that's all we've ultimately done today. Our next speaker is Danielle Nielsen, the Manager of Housing Stability Services, St. Thomas Elgin Social Services Department, which you've heard about already. Please welcome Danielle to the microphone.
Thank you. Is the mic working okay? Good on sound check? This way, bring it forward. Is that better? Okay, wonderful. Thank you very much, Paul. Good morning, everyone, and welcome again to St. Thomas. My name is Danielle, and I hold the privilege and responsibility of supporting this municipality, which is my home municipality, as the Manager of Housing Stability Services. I'd like to thank Paul and his team for creating this opportunity to share information and open up a dialogue with all of you on homelessness. Some of you may have noticed that Paul quoted me on the invitation about saying that there's something special happening in this community. And ever since I saw that Paul had used that quote, I've been asking myself to wrap my head around that so that I could break it down for you more concretely. And there's so many things. We are progressive. We are action-oriented. We chase the plan, and then we chase the funding. We are highly collaborative, and we are equally compassionate about the work that we do here in St. Thomas related to homelessness. But if I were to boil it down into one thing that makes this community special, it is this. In this community, the desire to be a part of the solutions to homelessness and a part of the local response have become contagious. It's like all the cool kids are doing it. Today's event, spearheaded by our Chamber of Commerce, is a perfect example of that. My hope for my time with you this morning is to set some context around what homelessness is in Canada and what it is not, what it looks like for us here locally, and then to share with you from a municipal perspective and a system-level perspective what our response is in working to prevent and end homelessness. And I think you'll be surprised to learn that it's more than just bricks and mortar. My hope for, pardon me. Oh, good, I did switch a slider. Paul, you did that for me, thank you. This first slide provides you with a definition of homelessness in Canada. The one thing about this definition that I would like to highlight is that it goes further than just the person's current state. It speaks to their ability or means to acquire housing, and that's important to keep in mind when talking about implementing solutions. This slide provides you with some stats about homelessness in our country. I find these stats very eye-opening when trying to contextualize what's happening right now across all Canadian communities. In particular, that 30,000 Canadians on any given night are experiencing homelessness, and that's just an estimate. Occurrences of homelessness can often be hidden or unknown, so it's likely that the national number is a lot higher than that. In addition, there are subpopulations like Indigenous people who are disproportionately represented in our population of people experiencing homelessness. When you consider that Indigenous people make up only 5% of the Canadian population and represent about 30% of our homelessness population. And that our current homelessness response comes in at a national price tag of $7 billion per year. $7 billion. On this slide, I'd like to share some things with you that have contributed to how we got to where we are today related to homelessness. One of the things that I think is important in understanding when we're having this conversation is that this has been decades in the making. This did not occur overnight, and it will not be fixed overnight. The path to ending homelessness is one that requires addressing actions and decisions that have been made throughout the last century, if not longer, and I'll give you some examples of what I mean by that. Homelessness has been around for a very long time. If we look back at our history, by 100 years or so, the solution to homelessness at some point became our churches. Working with the knowledge and resources that existed at that time, churches opened up their doors at night to give people a safe place to sleep that otherwise had nowhere to go. And as this continued, churches and soup kitchens started to fill up to a point where they were no longer able to meet the need. It became clear that new solutions were needed because the current ones were no longer sustainable. And this is around the time when emergency shelters began opening up. And just like our churches and our soup kitchens, our shelters filled up too. Many of them are still full and, in fact, busting at the seams. Today, our shelters are full in many cases because what we struggled to see until recent years is that the solution to homelessness is, and always has been, housing. In the absence of understanding that, we have not created enough pathways for people to exit out of homelessness, and we find ourselves in the current state that we are in today. Other factors have contributed to that bottleneck in our system, including decades of divestments in affordable housing stock, which has been further compounded by our housing crisis. Things like intergenerational poverty and trauma play a huge factor. I've been working in homelessness perhaps for more years than I care to admit, and over those years, many people experiencing homelessness have shared their stories with me, and while each story is unique, there are commonalities. For example, for folks who may be less aware of the complexities of homelessness, there are misconceptions. Some that you likely have heard, like it only happens to certain people, or that maybe they did this to themselves, or perhaps they're lazy and should just get a job. The truth is, homelessness can happen to anyone. One of the commonalities that I have found over the years in my work is that there almost always is a series of unfortunate events that have occurred in the lives of people experiencing homelessness that contributed to them losing their housing. Things like childhood abuse, abandonment, trauma, family breakdown, the loss of a loved one, a car accident, a home fire, sustaining a brain injury, or living with disabilities or illness, including mental health and addictions. Those are just some examples, very real examples. This is all further impacted by social inequities like being Black, being an Indigenous person or a person of color, growing up in child welfare, identifying as LGBTQ2+, and living in deep poverty. These are not things that people do to themselves. I'd like to just quickly touch on the point about getting a job, in case anyone has heard that in your time discussing homelessness. Being homeless is exhausting. It often includes broken sleep, broken nutrition levels, heightened levels of stress and anxiety, exposure to street culture and street drugs, learning to navigate new dynamics, new resources, and increases in vulnerability and victimization. It leaves very little room for the capacity of job searching or holding down employment. Before I bring this all down to a local context here in St. Thomas, I think it's important to consider the true cost of homelessness in our country. This slide speaks for itself when you compare the cost of housing someone, which are the figures to the left, versus the cost of keeping someone in an emergency shelter bed or a jail cell or a hospital bed, which is extremely different. It demonstrates that if the human cost of homelessness is not enough to motivate us to find solutions, then certainly the financial cost should be considered rather problematic as well. So let's talk about St. Thomas. St. Thomas is a small urban setting here in southwestern Ontario with a population of approximately 45,000 people. Our catchment area and social services, as you've heard, includes both the City of St. Thomas and the County of Elgin. So combined, the population that we're serving is approximately 100,000 people. This is a look at our by name list data. For anyone who may not know, a by names list is a tool that all Ontario municipalities are required to use in order to know who in real time in their community are actively experiencing homelessness. This list was implemented in St. Thomas in 2020, and to date it has identified approximately 730 people who have experienced homelessness in our area. This chart provides this data to you in three categories: active status, which is our figure in blue. This is anyone who's currently known to us to be experiencing homelessness, and currently it's approximately 130 people. It provides you data on inactive status, which is the gray area. So this is described by anyone who has not touched our system for 3 months or longer, which may mean that they have self-resolved their occurrence of homelessness, they've left community, or sadly that they have died. And then housed, which of course is our favorite. In all time, the data we have on our folks that have been housed is approximately 65%. And that's something we're very proud of, and that we have plans in place to continue moving the dial in that direction. The smaller pies provide you with a breakdown of the data in St. Thomas specifically, and then in Elgin County. Hopefully that sets the stage for you a little bit about our demographics and homelessness here in St. Thomas. Now we can talk about what got us to reducing homelessness and being recognized by Built for Zero through this bright spot. This bright spot was released by Built for Zero this spring and was shared by local media outlets, which caught the attention of people, including some of you in this room, and other communities, even as far away as New Zealand. I'd like to thank and give a shout out to our local media outlets and reporters for endorsing the good work that is happening here. I can't emphasize enough the power of a good news story in this sector. It builds will and hope, and it motivates service providers and communities to want to do more. It is, in fact, the exact reason why we're all here today together. The same holds true of sad news and bad news stories. And I don't mean to suggest that there isn't sad news and bad news in homelessness, because there most certainly is, and people should be informed. But I will share in my experience that the impact the media can have on this sector can be substantial. In the same way that it can build goodwill and hope, it can also flatten and diminish it. This is a picture of our mayor, Mayor Preston, who you heard from this morning, and our existing council. Some of you who have joined us today, thank you very much. I love this picture. We couldn't do what we have done and what we continue to do without the political will and support of our mayor and our councillors. Our mayor and our councillor are informed on homelessness. They share a vision of a healthy community with housing for all, where no one gets left behind. They use their positions as public-facing elected officials to support and endorse the work that we're doing on the ground. They trust the subject matter expertise of their public administration and their community service providers. Their trust builds our confidence, and our confidence is breeding results. The next component that I'll touch on in terms of our success in our community is that across our municipality, we share a vision across members of our community and stakeholders that the solution to homelessness is housing. We've worked hard to set up all existing resources to meet the needs of our vulnerable people so that we can take action and invest as much as possible into increasing housing. And what we are seeing happening in our community is confirming for us that this strategy works. We still have lots of work ahead of us, as you've heard from others, but we are confident that we're headed in the right direction. To further our work in responding to homelessness, we signed on to become a Built for Zero community in 2021. Built for Zero, for anyone who may not know, is a national movement that is part of the Canadian Alliance to End Homelessness. Built for Zero supports and guides Canadian communities in implementing best practices to drive down occurrence of homelessness with the goal of reaching functional zero. Functional zero is defined by Built for Zero as 3 or less people at any given time experiencing homelessness in your community. Built for Zero also supports communities in achieving and celebrating milestones along the way. This slide provides you with a timeline of some of our key milestone achievements today, which includes reductions in chronic homelessness and becoming Canada's second community to achieve functional zero on veterans' homelessness, following in the footsteps of our neighbor, London, Ontario. In recent months, St. Thomas Elgin has been recognized nationally as a leading community in its response to homelessness, and to quote Built for Zero, as a beacon of hope for others. This is a picture of our social services office here in St. Thomas. And again, we administer social services for both the city and the county of Elgin. A couple of interesting things about our office. One of the things is that St. Thomas likes to do is to stack services on its municipal properties, which is a great way to create opportunity. This building, for example, offers social services on the main floor and then 2 floors of affordable housing above it. Another interesting thing is that we did not close our doors all the way through the pandemic. We kept as many staff working as possible and created as much in-person access to our support as we could. This was essentially critical for our most vulnerable, where access to technology or even the ability to use it is a challenge or non-existent. Although I can't quantify it, I am certain that this had an impact on how well our community is faring today. Amongst other functions similar to other Ontario municipalities, our social services office acts as the service manager responsible for ensuring a homelessness response and that resources are available, matched to need as best as possible. It requires us to know and understand what's happening in our community and to observe guidelines and legislation from higher levels of government. And through the direction of my director, Heather Sheridan, who is as wise as she is kind, we have managed to be agile in how we provide our community with strategic system-level leadership, planning, and guidance in the delivery of our local response. This is done through 2 main service areas in our office, which is Housing Stability Services and Ontario Works. Our housing stability services include both social housing and homelessness prevention. We offer a range of services that would be similar, if not the same, to many of your municipalities. We are fortunate to have a very dedicated, collaborative, and hardworking housing stability services team that finds ways every day to be nimble and creative in finding solutions for households in need. And this is done daily in partnership with our local service providers. Aside from some of our standard or typical services that we deliver, recently we embarked on the delivery of direct service delivery related to street outreach services through our housing team. And this is done working in collaboration with Ontario Works, St. Thomas Police Services, and our community partners. Our Ontario Works service area is also highly dedicated, collaborative, and nimble, as you heard this morning from Monica, with shout-outs to Heather. Through strategic leadership and dedicated resources, our Ontario Work staff are out in our community connecting with vulnerable people in places such as our emergency shelter, our public library, supportive housing programs, community drop-ins and food programs, and they've worked hard to bring resources into social services as well, including things like ID replacement and access to primary care and other supports and services too. This slide gives you a quick glimpse of local community partners who are involved in our homelessness response. Every time I use this slide, it seems to grow, sometimes by the day. I probably am going to need a bigger slide soon. And it includes partners from across sectors, including social, health, justice, and now business. In case you haven't noticed, my most recent addition includes the Chamber of Commerce logo as well. We have created a highly collaborative environment in working with each other. We are not perfect, and we are currently learning from each other and improving, but we support and respect each other. We cheer each other on, and each partner looks at its services through the lens of wanting to fill gaps and complement existing services with the same shared goal of achieving housing stability for all. The collaboration that exists in our community is also successful because it's anchored in best practices. If you ask our community stakeholders if they believe that homelessness is solvable, I give you my word that the answer will be yes. And that shared belief is strengthened by an understanding that the only solution to homelessness is housing, and housing with supports. Whenever possible, we seek to prevent occurrences of homelessness from happening through protocols such as our youth homelessness protocol, which you'll hear more about today. You'll also learn more about our health and justice partners and how they show up to the table as well. Just quickly to touch on some other best practices, we maintain quality data that we use to help inform our investments and our decision-making related to our homelessness response. We also operate through a coordinated access system to match people to supports based on need. The Inn, our local emergency shelter, operates low barrier access to shelter and shelter supports, and Brian is here with us today to share more about that with you. The trick to these best practices working to reduce homelessness is that they all need to be applied. This is a visual of our shared goal. This is our pathway to achieving functional zero, and we believe that this is within our grasp, but not without every element that I have shared with you this morning continuing to work together to row the boat in the same direction at the same time. Looking ahead, our plan is to continually increase our stock around affordable and supportive housing, probably no surprise there, until we reach a place where our supply meets, if not exceeds, demand. And we intend to continually improve and advance our best practices on our way to achieving functional zero. And that's it for me. My contact information is here. If you have any questions or would like to reach out at any time, I'd be very happy to hear from you. Thank you. And if there is time for questions, I'm happy to receive any. Sorry.
Thank you. That was very helpful. Thank you. No? He's everything. There we go. Thank you so much. So I'm Suzanne from Tillsonburg. So we are building, or there is approval to build. We're in the final stages of everything that has to happen with that. And there's going to be a 140 unit building in Tillsonburg with about 10 only for so-called affordable housing. But it's not directed to the homeless side of people. There's still a lower rent and all of that. So do you have an example of specifics about how that development is built? How big is it? We have had Indwell build a home as well. Just wondering if specifics could be shared as well.
Related to our supportive housing programs? Yes, so Indwell, the YWCA, and CMHA are our most significant supportive housing providers in our community. They have also adapted best practices, which means doing very purposeful tenancy selection through our by names list. So we filter that list to determine who is appropriate for what housing opportunity and who needs it the most. Without best practices like that in play, I'm afraid you have lots of side door entrances, and it makes it very difficult to achieve something like reducing homelessness. And CMHA Thames Valley.
Thank you.
YWCA. Big difference.
Any other questions, comments, concerns? Round of applause for Danielle. Thank you so much. I pulled out a lot more quotes out of your speech for next time around that you can try to suss out though. Awesome, and I'm not sure, like, Heather is getting all this. You didn't even get on the agenda. I know, like, everyone's pumping your tires and being like, well, if she was something. No, I mean, lovely. Thank you again so much. Suzanne from Tillsonburg just mentioned Indwell, Hamilton-based organization that does some incredibly impactful work in our community. You guys celebrated 50 years, right? Like in this setting here, not too long ago. Incredibly passionate, impactful, and doing work that's super duper important. Natasha, I'm not going to do a great job with your last name, and I should have asked you before. Thumlier? You're like, no, it's really bad. It was bad? It was bad? Well, okay, I'm not even going to try it. Natasha, Regional Director for Indwell.
Tumler. I told my husband when we moved from Germany that we should just spell it phonetically. There was no other Tumlers in Ontario. So, in the world of technology, believe it or not, this is my first time using a clicker, so bear with me. So yes, I am Natasha Tumler. I'm a regional director with Indwell, fortunate enough to have been with the organization for nearly 14 years. So excited to share some of our experience with you today. So a little bit about us as an organization, for those of you who may not know, just to help give some context to the rest of my presentation. We are a supportive housing provider, and as Paul mentioned, this year we are celebrating 50 years of operation. We are a Hamilton-based organization, but working across Southern Ontario, supporting individuals who are looking to achieve health and wellness. We do have a replicable model that takes into the local context of different communities. And we do believe, as Danielle mentioned, that homelessness is solvable. And by opening more doors, you bring people into housing. On the screen here is a map of where we are currently located. So as I mentioned, we are across several municipalities within Southern Ontario. We are also in various consulting stages with surrounding municipalities of those areas as well. And we're supporting over 1,200 individuals within our housing programs. Further, we are a Christian charity, and our vision really is to build affordable housing communities for individuals who are seeking health, wellness, and belonging. Our vision really is hope and homes for all, and we lean into our three core values, which is that everyone is deserving of dignity. We believe that we should love our neighbors as ourselves, and hope is the foundation of all our actions. Now, you've heard this repeatedly this morning, and Simran, you highlighted that the challenge is quite complex. We are seeing across our communities that more people are unhoused, that affordable housing does exclude people who have incomes that are below that poverty line. And these are individuals whose source of income may be ODSP, so the Ontario Disability Support Program, or Ontario Works. In addition to that, we are also seeing a worsening opioid crisis. Now, Monica highlighted this morning the importance of a plan. And as an organization, we do have a model, as I mentioned, that we do feel is replicable across different municipalities. But we do take into consideration the local context. And today I'm going to share the local context to St. Thomas, our Railway City Lofts program, which is a 15-unit supportive housing program that opened in late fall of 2021. Why I want to highlight this program in particular is because it took in the specific needs of St. Thomas. Indwell had not operated a program of 15 units prior to moving into this community. And so we really took into consideration what the need was. So these three factors played a key piece of that. So understanding what is the need within this community. Strategic planning. We heard the mayor, you need to say yes, you need to start somewhere. So what are some of those short-term goals and how can we start moving toward achieving those, and while also having that long-term vision? And as we reflect on the local context and develop that strategic plan, it was really important to ask the critical questions of what our needs are, what services do we have, and where are the gaps? And in understanding that community context, what need exists beyond that immediate response plan? If we're serious about solving the homelessness crisis within the community, what is that greater plan? Is 15 units going to achieve that, or do we need to look beyond for some longer term opportunities? And then the next step is actually executing that plan. What role do we all play, and how do we hold accountability for each other? Your question this morning on, it's great that we're hearing all about the collaboration, but how do you actually get there? And I would say it was this foundational trust. We shared a collective vision, and we were all eager to execute on that vision in the ways that which we knew how. In terms of achieving results through that shared vision, I would say there's three aspects that really supported the initial successes. We talk about, and I'd like to highlight, again, specific to our Railway City Lofts program, it was the intake process, the interdisciplinary supports, and the collaboration. When we talk about collaboration, just last week, the Poverty Coalition talked about, had a presenter from the Tamarack Institute who talked about asset-based community development. And I highlighted, what does everyone have that they can bring to the table? How do we interact those services to actually achieve that shared vision? So looking at our intake process, we knew that a systematic response was needed. And so how do we get there? As an organization, this is one of our programs located in London. It's our Woodfield Gate program. As we moved into the London region, individuals who were interested in our supportive housing and living with us would go onto our website, fill out an expression of interest, and then we worked chronologically through that. What we learned quickly is that we actually needed to be a bit more reflective of our practices and policies. If we really want to live out our values of dignity, love, and hope, and with Woodfield Gate in particular, which is a 66-unit program, within 6 months we had over 500 applicants. So reflecting on those values, we didn't feel that if you were 400th on that list for permanent housing, that we were really instilling those values of dignity, love, and hope. And so how do we reflect on our practices? We actually need to take more of a systematic approach. If we want to make a difference in community, what can we each bring? And so Danielle mentioned the coordinated access system. So from our learnings in neighboring communities, we adapted to the local context. What was the need in the community? How could we work together to ensure the right supports were being offered to individuals in the right type of housing? And so up here is a diagram of our intake process. So when we have a vacancy, we notify the coordinated access by names list. They then look at their prioritization and let us know which individual is ready for housing. They still complete an expression of interest. So we're still able to get to know the individual. They're still able to get to know us. And then we can proceed with case planning, case coordination and service planning, and offer that individual housing. By working collaboratively, and again, Danielle highlighted this, we actually are achieving results. No longer is Indwell expected to manage a wait list. We're seeing system impact. We're getting more people housed in the right type of housing. The other way in which results are achieved are through the interdisciplinary supports. And so as an organization, we know that these are a critical component to supporting individuals achieving their health and housing stability. And it's the immediate opportunity to connect individuals to the services that they need. So the way in which we deliver these services as an organization is through interdisciplinary complement of staffing. These roles can range from nurses, addiction support, housing support, psychosocial, food security. As you can see, quite an array of folks. The other component to that is the on-site accessibility of those services. So our staff are on site from about 8 a.m. to 11 p.m., and then we have overnight security to support the program. We also have 24 access to an on-call service. So should needs arise throughout the evening hours, that those services can still be accessed with immediacy. In our programs, and specifically Railway City Lofts, which has 15 units, staffing complement of about 10 FTE, we're able to really see and meet the needs of individuals the moment they arise. We know conflict doesn't always fall between the hours of 8 and 4, and so being able to address those needs for individuals has really led to that health and housing stability for each of them. The other piece, and it should be no surprise because you've heard it repeatedly today, is collaboration. Mayor Joe Preston highlighted that the government wants to see agencies coming together. And so for Railway City Lofts in particular, there were a number of organizations that came together, offered and highlighted what they could bring to a call from the Ministry of Health on a proposal called Back to Home to secure the operating dollars to have the interdisciplinary supports to support individuals in their health and housing stability. So what did each of these agencies bring? So the City of St. Thomas and really initiated the vision. They created the platform for strategic engagement and they stayed committed to the plan. They had access to physical assets and the oversight of the coordinated system. If you can't measure or know where you're starting, you don't know what you'll be able to determine the difference that you're making. And Danielle highlighted some of those data points just a few minutes ago. So this was the physical space. She also highlighted the stacking of services. And as you might see here, this 15-unit program in particular is above the local transit system. So how do we capitalize on resources that already exist within the community and make adaptations to them? When we were initiating the conversation, the construction of this program was already underway, and we were able to offer feedback based on our experience because design plays a significant factor in the health and housing stability of folks. Other partners were St. Joseph's London Healthcare and St. Thomas Elgin General Hospital. St. Joe's London is a familiar organization to us. As I mentioned, we are in the London community. We also work closely with St. Joseph's in Hamilton. And having a credible healthcare organization with regional capacity who understands that by investing in upstream initiatives such as supportive housing really alleviates the downstream pressures. Monica also highlighted some data this morning around the number of folks that they were discharging to homelessness each week and just the devastating impact that that actually has on those who are providing the service to folks. And so STAG was able to come to the table with some of these data analysis to help shape the need and the local context for that proposal that was submitted. Other partners were Central Community Health Center, as well as CMHA and Addiction Services. You will hear from Dr. Mai. We did hear from Judith this morning. They have been an integral partner. We support like individuals, and having that direct access to a physician, nurse practitioner, liaises and creates capacity even amongst our staff team to be able to meet the needs of individuals without having them return to hospital, that we can actually engage in community initiatives. CMHA has and Addiction Services have a wide range of services from peer support, programming, drop-in sessions, and that ongoing connection, even system navigation has been helpful for our teams. Joe also highlighted the people power, and when you start one initiative, the trickling effect that then has on other systems. And here you'll see a quote from former Chief Harridge, although you'll hear from our current chief later on, and I know that partnership is just as strong today. But within the first 3 months of opening Railway City Lofts, the chief had noticed that there was over an 80% reduction to calls in the downtown core. And so when we talk about collaborative investment in one particular area, you start to see the trickling effects. And I know Paul and the businesses downtown would make the same sort of statements regarding that. So what impact has this had? When I started this conversation, I talked about the short and long-term investments. So the short-term investment and the immediacy of Railway City Lofts has had impact on our longer-term planning. So we're approaching 1 year ago, we opened the station, which is a 45-unit program here in St. Thomas, offering the same interdisciplinary supports, but there are 45 units. When that program opened, 40% of the individuals living at Railway City Lofts were able to transition to that greater independent program, which then frees up units at Railway City Lofts to continue to move people into the program. Pictured here is the station. And again, this leans into that grander strategic vision. Danielle shared the second bright spot of results that were achieved through this steadfast commitment from the municipality and the larger community and social services. And I know that we have visions to do even more within this community because we heard that the community is growing. So in closing, I hope I've captured how cross-sectoral collaboration can really help achieve attainable results. For anyone who has questions, if we have time, I'm open to taking some of those, but otherwise, here's my contact information as well.
Yeah, thanks so much. So Joel with Peterborough and the Kawarthas. First up, I noticed that there's no big green spot on the map as you go towards Eastern Ontario. And I'm very curious, like, what are the barriers to an organization like yours? Obviously, there's a pressing need across this province. What do we need to start putting in place at our end to allow organizations like yours to flourish in our communities?
Yeah, I mean, capacity is a real factor in terms of our staffing. I think the other piece is because Indwell is a health and housing provider, the alignment of, and this is maybe a bit of a push to some of those layers of government, the collaboration at that level for that cross-sectoral work is really important. But it also starts with that local investment. So we have heard repeatedly about the vision of the municipality here, but then pulling in those other partners from the health and housing sectors to really sort of set the stage to say, we're all in this. This is our commitment. This is how we can see solutions being implemented here within our community. Is it a 15-unit program that's 3 hours away from our other existing programs? Might be a bit of a stretch. Is it, we actually are a larger regional center, we have a need for 300 units here. Here's how we can get here, and sort of putting that collective vision and plan forward makes a big difference.
Yeah.
None of the work that we do is in isolation, and so having that collaborative approach is really important.
Well, I would definitely make use of 300 units in our community. And then I've got to follow up. You talked a lot about the way people get into your services. Is it a transitionary service, or do people tend to stay there and you have to build new units to find new space? Or do you transition to like market rate rent or home ownership or things like that through there?
We fall within, so Danielle showed that spectrum of housing. We are really falling in within that supportive housing realm. That diagram I showed around the types of supports that we offer within our program, we're really ranging from that enhanced level, that complex interdisciplinary team, through to more of a standard approach where we have maybe 1 or 2 housing support staff. Individuals are well connected to community resources, but that deep affordability, that sense of belonging and community is still really important. That's sort of the housing spectrum that we fall in currently.
Okay.
Thank you. Karen Sample from Woodstock. Just a quick question. You have a big presence in Woodstock. Do you have some stats that you could share with us offline about the Woodstock part and what impact that has had and where you're looking to go from here? We as a chamber have been bringing together some of the groups to try to have more conversations, and I think it's an area where we could really learn more, right, Kim? So.
Yeah, there's my colleague Justin, who is the regional director for that community. So I'd be happy to bridge introductions, and likewise across across Ontario, I can bridge some of those further introductions based on that regional piece.
I just have one quick question about your intake for housing. Do you collaborate with the rest of the groups in St. Thomas to get on the housing line for the subsidized housing, or do you do all of your own intake?
I'm wondering if you want to answer that. If I'm understanding the question correctly, so because of the type of supportive housing that we offer, we are working directly with that by names list. So the local community and community agencies would set the priority populations for this community based on their local needs. And that's
what I wondered. If the by names list that they're using all the way around, you access that list.
So we don't have direct access to that list. When we have a vacancy, we would notify individuals who work within that system that we have a vacancy, and then they would refer an individual to us.
Thank you.
Thanks.
You're on the big screen now. There we go.
Thank you, Natasha, so much for that. I didn't recognize her when she came in the room, but Councillor Tara McCulley has joined us today. She was my second chair at the Chamber of Commerce since I joined the organization 4 years ago. And I think we're getting a little bit like we did try to kind of thread a bit of a narrative in terms of the continuum of housing and supports required. So, we're really on the one end of it. And as we get later on into the day, we'll be exploring more of the different pillars in place to ensure as best as we can that no one falls through the cracks. We are onto our last session before we break for lunch, and I'm very excited about this because I think it's a really unique approach to opioid use disorder treatment. Dr. Joseph Mai from the Central Community Health Center has done some incredible work, so please join me in welcoming him here today.
Slide's going to be, there we go. Thank you so much, Paul. I appreciate that. Being a diehard Calgary Flames fan, even I was sad last night to see the Oilers lose. That was Canada's chance. So if I am not well prepared, it's because I was distracted by the hockey game. But no, just kidding. I'm here. So I want to echo everything that people have said so far. So first of all, I think the passion is really important. You people are here today because you care and you want to do something to help your communities, and that is the first place to start. I think when there's a passion, people bring their skills and talents to the table and offer. And then, as Natalie said, there's got to be trust, because once you trust other people to do their best and to be collaborative, it just brings out the best in people. And so that is kind of a good setup to what I'm going to talk about, because what I'm here to talk about is somewhat medical. It's an approach to opioid use disorder treatment or addiction, but it goes far beyond the medical, and that is the evidence. And as a physician, I want to, use medical evidence for best practices and the things that we are not doing well as a medical community does fall in the realm of the wraparound care, and that is evidence-based. So I'll talk a bit about that. So first of all, I just wanted to let everyone know I am a family physician by training, but I have a special interest in mental health and addiction. I did some extra training through CAMH, but then mostly it's through my own interest that I kind of pursued a lot of the different areas that has helped me to kind of get to where I am in terms of developing the program that we've developed. And the program, developed, it evolved. It was not something that I came to and said, hey, this is year 1, year 2, 3, this is where it's going to be. I was in a family practice for 17 years, and I did general family practice. And, it was great, but it got to a point where I felt I wasn't doing what I was passionate about. In my last 4 years there, I started treating addictions and mental health for my other colleagues. There's a group of 6 of us, and of course, the challenging patients were the ones who had severe mental health and addictions issues. I was initially struggling. I didn't have the tools, but I felt like, I could do more. And then that's when I did the training. And then when I came back and I started treating my own clients and had success, it felt really great. I felt I was making a difference. And then I offered that service to my other colleagues who were happy to refer their clients to me. And it was very rewarding. Some of the clients that used to be the most challenging for us, and when I looked on the schedule and saw their names, I'd have to take a big deep breath, became some of my favorite patients afterwards once they were on treatment. Because if you don't have the tool, it's like anything else. You feel useless, helpless. The patient feels that way, and they're going to not respond to you well. And if you don't show that you can help them, care for them, that's the experience it's going to be. It becomes very adversarial, and that prevents people from really presenting who they are. And so, like I said, after a while, after treatment, people no longer were dealing with the brain hijacking, the desperation to avoid withdrawal. They were themselves, and they were really interesting, great people. And no, not surprisingly, their neuroatypical brains, made them interesting, but were also the reasons why they potentially, had the challenges they had in their lives. So that really, set a spark in me and set off a spark and made me really want to continue down this path. Oops, I think I missed something here. Okay. Oh, I guess it's not on here, but on your sheet there, I have some objectives and disclosures. I mean, the objectives, I will follow them loosely, but I really want to talk and just have this as a conversation. If you have questions, interrupt me. That's fine. We'll get through it all. The most important things first, and then we will, cover extra areas that people want. Okay, because I have a lot to talk about. I mean, 40 minutes is very generous. Thanks, Paul. I mean, that really is compared to what you've given everybody else. But like, I could talk for 2 hours and still not, not finish. I mean, and honestly, that's just the way this is for me. Okay, so let's move on to. Geez, you really missed everything. Okay, so first thing is, what is addiction, right? So addiction is very nuanced, very complex. If you look at just the definition on the surface, the very medical approach to it, even that is very, lengthy. It's a chronic disease. It has many aspects that manifest itself. At the root of it, it's the reward relief pathway in the brain, the striatum part of the brain that is affected. And it can be defined as, an inability to abstain or inability to control your impulses or cravings. It's a chronic disease. It's cyclical. It relapses. There's so much to it. This definition by the Association of, the American Society of Addiction Medicine is probably the most concise, I think, and inclusive definition that I have found. But even that is only, partially accurate. But it is very long, so if you want to boil it down a little bit, these are the 4 main C's that are common in everyone with addiction. But again, that really doesn't speak to the root of it, the cause of it. So what I've come to learn more recently, and it is actually very well evidenced, but it hasn't been accepted or talked about, is addiction is not so much a substance problem. In fact, it can be anything. It can be gambling. It can be sex. It's not so much a substance problem, but it is a social problem. And that's why we're here, because this is what's going to solve the issue, working together collaboratively, because the people who deal with addiction have much more than a medical craving for a substance. So one of the best ways to look at addictions, and I credit a journalist, actually, a British journalist, who looked through all the data about addiction, and he said, addiction is not about the pleasurable effects that people seek from substances. It really, from the evidence, is an inability to connect with in healthy ways with others on a daily basis. People self-medicate because they are unable to bear being present in their situations or lives. And this is not an exaggeration. There is physical pain that people feel from what they are dealing with. And that's why opioids work, because they deal with physical and psychological pain. So substances are used to escape or avoid the pain of disconnection that they experience. So the way to summarize it is addiction. So sorry. What's the opposite of addiction? If you ask someone that, some people might say sobriety, right? Does that make sense? If you have addiction, on the other hand, sobriety, but that's not actually accurate. The opposite of addiction is connection, because the root of addiction is disconnection. That's why people use substances. So the substance itself or whatever they're doing is inconsequential, really. They are trying to connect in some way. Opioids happen to be very easy. Alcohol happens to be very socially acceptable. Cannabis now is more socially acceptable and legal. Whatever it is, that is what they're trying to escape. And unfortunately, the data is showing that disconnection is increasing in our society in North America for many reasons. The adoption of technology, the kind of breakdown of some family systems, whatever, but there are more and more people who are disconnected. And Karen made a very good point. It is actually more difficult being a teenager now than it ever was. It's not one of those things where people say, well, everyone says that, every generation says that. But when you talk about addiction and you talk about challenges socially, now this time is probably more challenging than it has ever been. Purpose is very important. A lot of young people are lacking purpose for whatever reason, and that drives disconnection. And disconnection feeds more disconnection and leads to ways of self-medicating, such as addiction. It's a two-way street. You can have environmental factors that lead to addiction, for sure, or exacerbate underlying things. And then addictions obviously lead to social challenges like homelessness and criminal activity and whatever else, right? So let's go on. I mean, I don't need to go over a lot of this stuff because my other presenters have done a good job talking about it. But addiction is about 20%, is identified in about 20% of the Canadian population, which is pretty consistent with a lot of other Western countries. The majority of addiction is alcohol and tobacco. However, 5% of people meet the criteria for opioid use disorder. 10% actually misuse opioids, and it can lead to some negative consequences. But when you talk about disorder, it's a significant dysfunction causing them significant social consequences, right? So 5% is small in terms of addiction, in terms of the 20%. Now, remember, this can be concurrent. You can have alcohol addiction, cannabis addiction, and opioid addiction. So that 5% covers both numbers. But the problem with opioids, as we know, is that it is a very potent medication. And, oh man, I'm kind of... That's not what I wanted to show you, but what I'm going to skip through, that's not, yeah, I mean, I give talks to people who are interested in learning about the treatment. That's not something that I want to do today, but so here, opioids have a much higher morbidity and mortality compared to the other drugs that we see, and it disproportionately affects young people. And obviously, with young people, you can have long-term effects if they are affected at an early age. And also, if it causes them dysfunction or death, that is, significantly greater loss of potential, societal potential for them, financially and obviously in terms of human costs, right? So, opioid deaths have tripled over the past decade, and we've seen that pretty clearly in all of our communities. Ontario is no exception. 7 in 10 overdose deaths are due to opioids, and that's quite a lot considering it's only 5% of the population. So why are people so dependent on opioids? So like I said, when they are feeling disconnected, the brain becomes hypersensitized to anything that will give them connection. Any of the things I mentioned before will do it. Opioids are a very quick and easy way to activate that area of the brain, which we know is responsible for social connection. The receptors in that area of the striatum is also where the opioids work very strongly. So if you can imagine, people feel escape, but they also feel like they're getting some of their needs met when they take the opioids. Then the problem is the withdrawal, and that is the bigger difference between opioids and other drugs. The withdrawal is severe. I mean, alcohol withdrawal can be severe. Nicotine withdrawal can be severe. People, who are jonesing to get a cigarette, but it's nothing compared to opioid withdrawal. If you use a certain amount and it stimulates your brain and your brain is releasing the dopamine, it feels good. You're at that 9 or 10 level of dopamine release, and then it goes way down to 0. You get everything from psychological to physical effects: agitation, anxiety, restlessness, tremors, body aches, can't sleep, you're yawning all the time. And the GI effects are really, really difficult for a lot of people. Diarrhea, people, lose continence, right? Which is very, embarrassing and undignified. And then, runny nose, watery eyes, all sorts of things that people will do anything to try to avoid after a time. And when I talk to some of my clients who have been able to move away from the grips of addiction, they tell me that, there was a period where I became a very different person, a very horrible person. When I was younger, I never wanted to do anything harmful to anybody else. I was very caring. But, when I had to rob my grandmother or, steal from, my siblings or beat someone up to get money, I realized, my life is not the same. And that's because of the withdrawal effect. It'll turn you into someone you're not. So treatment options, the three main ones that we have are naltrexone, methadone, and buprenorphine. I'll primarily talk about buprenorphine because it is the most effective one, and that's what I use primarily. However, these other two do have some small roles. Naltrexone is a medication like naloxone. Naloxone is what we give people when they overdose because it blocks the receptors and it kicks out all the opioids. So people who are getting too much wake up, and they're usually very upset with you because you've just taken that connection away. They were feeling happy, and a lot of people say they would have rather died feeling that way than waking up to the life that they are back to. But naltrexone is a similar medication that you can use every day or you can use as you need. It's often used for alcohol addiction, but it can work for opioid addiction too. So it blocks the receptors and prevents some of the so basically it prevents the person from feeling the euphoric effect so that they aren't going to use it. It trains the brain not to use those things. But it takes a lot of it takes motivation, and people have to really want to get off whatever they're on, alcohol or opioids, to use it. So it's not as widely used or as effective as some other ways. Methadone, of course, is simple replacement therapy. So instead of getting opioids that are illicit, that might be tainted, you're getting something that is very potent, that is very long lasting and will stick to the receptors so that other things can't kick it off. It lasts at least 24 hours in terms of its peak dose, but it actually lasts for 3 days in your system or more at a significant relevant dose. It is helpful in situations where people just want to continue to escape because it is supplied in a way that reduces diversion. So they have to drink it either in front of somebody or even at home. They have to drink it. It's harder to sell it or share it, but it can be done. It is a very potent medication, like I said. So unfortunately, it has to be very tightly regulated and monitored because overdose is very possible and common with methadone. So unfortunately, when it came out, it received a lot of oversight because it needed to be. If you missed a couple doses, you couldn't go back to taking your same dose because you would overdose. So physicians who were giving it had to have specialized training, and then along with it came, testing of urine to make sure that they weren't using other things and that they were using the methadone when they took it home. And it became kind of standardized that that's how we treat addictions. We have this big process where they come visit the doctors frequently, they do the testing. If they are using other things, they get admonished for it. Because the hope is that then we would scare them back into doing the right thing and not using other opioids or taking their medications properly. So that has become very institutionalized, and unfortunately that has turned out to be a very big deterrent for people to get treatment. So when buprenorphine came out, which is a far, far better medication, it's far safer, it doesn't need to be monitored so closely. The government didn't know what to do with it. They said, okay, it's another treatment, so it must be like methadone. Let's put it in the same category. The same practitioners will give it. So, urine tests, frequent visits, all that stuff. But it became very obvious how that wasn't necessary. Unfortunately, the financial remuneration aspect for providers didn't change, and providers didn't make it easier for patients by reducing the number of visits. They kept it the same, maybe for their own self-interest, which is unfortunate. Take some water. Any questions, by the way, before I move along? Okay. Oh, so yeah. So this is, I won't talk about all this because, partly because there's also another sheet in your package that talks about our program, and it has more detailed medical description about what buprenorphine is. But in a nutshell, it is not replacement therapy in the sense that it doesn't activate the receptors of the opioids the same way as methadone, fentanyl, and all the other opioids. It does activate it to a degree. So people who use buprenorphine, this drug, do get some stimulation of pleasure, but it's very low. It's like maybe 2 out of 10 compared to the other opioids where it's like a 9 or 10 out of 10. And so the advantage of that is that our bodies are very good at regulating ourselves. So when we are...
We're just going to line your presentation with the handout we have because we've got a mixed up presentation.
Yeah, I mean, I have my thing on... Oh, I also emailed the... Okay, sure. Yeah, sure. No problem. No problem. I mean, keep going. I mean, I want to talk about the other one anyway. So, so where was I? So buprenorphine activates the receptors like a 2 out of 10, but as a result, the body does not try to fight it. When you have anything that is activating at the highest level, your body says, oh, too much, let's dampen it down. For example, if your thyroid level gets really high, your body says, whoa, I'm not going to make any more thyroid. Or if your testosterone gets too low, like 0, then it starts to produce more. When you have like a 2 out of 10 activation, your body's like, okay, let's leave it alone. We're not going to do anything about it. But if you're using opioids that are 10 out of 10, your body says, let's reduce the sensitivity we have to this. And that's what tolerance is. People get tolerant to a certain dose of the drug, and then they have to take a higher dose the next time to feel the same effect. And that's, I guess, fine in a sense in terms of they get the effect, but what are the adverse effects? So we all know that opioids have long-term adverse effects. So the more you take of it, the more adverse effect you get, such as dementia over time, depression, osteoporosis, which leads to teeth loss, lower testosterone, demotivation, all those things. And then also the higher dose you go, the more risk you have of overdosing if you reduce your dose temporarily, right? So if you work your way up to, I don't know, let's say 20 dilaudid 8 a day and you were taking that regularly, if you stayed at that dose, you wouldn't overdose. But if you skipped it even for a day or two and then went back to the same dose thinking that's what you need, you could overdose because your body is trying to down-regulate it as much as possible, and it did a good job. And then when you use the same dose, you overdose, right? So let's get to where we were. Okay. So buprenorphine has been around for a good 15, 20 years. It started in Europe and it's been used in Australia a lot. It's very long acting, so it lasts at least 24 hours, like methadone, and it prevents the withdrawal effect that people are trying to escape. So I say to clients, if I could, eliminate the withdrawal you have, even though you might not get the same pleasurable will affect, is that something you'd be interested in? For a lot of people, they're like, yes, please, I don't want to keep going through this withdrawal. So if you start them on the treatment, they don't have the withdrawal. That allows their brains to downregulate, allows them to be more relaxed and basically have better thought processes to make better decisions. The other amazing benefit of it is that it binds so strongly to the receptor, even better than methadone. So once it's in your system, even if you take other drugs, other opioids, the risk of overdosing is almost zero. I mean, you would have to be trying to kill yourself by taking another opioid in order to succeed. And most people don't do that. They're using enough to feel pleasure, or, even if they accidentally take something, they're not, spending $1,000 going to buy everything just to end their lives. They would probably find other ways to do it. So it protects against overdose significantly, and we've had many patients on it, and we have had no overdoses, zero, that can be attributed to the opioids. We've only had 1 or 2 overdoses in patients who I've been treating, and it was apparent afterwards that it was another substance found in the fentanyl that we were not protecting them against. And then finally, it also has far less drug interactions. So you theoretically could stay on this medication for as long as you needed without having those other long-term effects, because like I said, it's activating at a 2 out of 10, not a 10 out of 10, so your body can accept that. So for example, people who are on heart medications, a lot of our clients have IV drug use history, they damage their heart valves. People who have liver problems, people who are concurrent alcoholics, can be on this medication far, far more safely than methadone or other opioids, right? And it's actually much easier to taper because it's only stimulating at that small level. So going from that down is far more manageable than going from the high level down. And so it is not approved in Canada for control of pain, but I have used it that way, off-label, and it is very effective in moderate to low-level pain. And a lot of clients are very leery of that, but if you think about it, just say your pain is at a 5 or 6 out of, let's say it's at a 7 out of 10. That's fairly severe pain. 10 out of 10 is like the worst pain anyone can imagine, right? If you're at 7 and you took an opioid, the regular one, and it went down to 1, you would feel great. Then when it bounces back up, it goes to 7 or maybe 7.5 or 8. You feel terrible. You got to use that cycle again. So I say to them, okay, so you're at 7. I give you this medication. It'll only take it down by 1 or 2. You're down to, say, 5 or 6. And then we can use other things like gabapentin, naproxen, other non-opioids, because then those things will work better because you're not in this withdrawal where your body's releasing all this adrenergic effect. So those other things actually can maybe bring your pain down by another 1. So you're, instead of 7, you're down at 5. And then let's allow you to make better choices, eat better, get a better place to sleep. That might bring it down another 1. So then suddenly you're down to like 4. A steady 4 is far better, everyone has told me, than 7-1. A steady 4, people can learn to live with and manage. That fluctuation is very, very difficult, and that's what drives people to use other things to control their pain. So anyway, that's a little offshoot because I deal with chronic pain too, because a lot of my clients believe that they have chronic pain that led them to use opioids in the first place. And yes, they had pain. It didn't need to be chronic. Unfortunately, they were probably overprescribed or not treated properly. But in a lot of cases, people use the opioids to deal with their psychological pain. And then they develop something called hyperalgesia, where their body is very sensitized to any injury. So stubbing their toe, instead of feeling a 2 out of 10 pain for a few minutes, they get a 6 out of 10 pain that lasts them all day. And that is just an example. But if they have any other injury, it's very difficult to manage. And they feel that they have a chronic pain issue when they really don't, if you can get them their levels back down to normal. So because it's such a great medication, in 2018, when the Canadian Practice Guidelines for Opioid Use Disorder came out, it easily became the first line recommended treatment for opioid use disorder because it's very effective, it's safe, and it doesn't have all these other unknown adverse effects, right? It currently comes in two main types. The first one is Suboxone, which is an under the tongue or film that you put on the side of your mouth way to get the medication. So you don't swallow it. It dissolves under the tongue. It gets absorbed into the bloodstream through the mouth. In the last 3 weeks, we were able to get the film version covered by ODB, which is actually very important because the way I use buprenorphine, there's lots of different approaches that can be used in order to get people on it. Starting buprenorphine is probably the most challenging part of the whole thing, and a lot of clinicians are leery about doing that. The film should help because then you can cut the film into different sizes and you can use it. And I'll talk a little bit more about that if I have time. But again, I'm not here to teach you how to do this. I'm just telling you what we do, okay? Unless you want to know, but I don't have time for that. I only have 40 minutes. So Sublocade is the main form that I use. So that is buprenorphine in a gel that is injected under the skin into area of fat. It forms a little pellet, and it's like a hard candy that your body sucks off of over the course of the month and more. Actually, it's been shown to last up to 12 weeks, but for sure, guaranteed to give you a certain concentration in your blood for 4 weeks that eliminates the withdrawal and also significantly reduces your cravings to use, as well as it protects you from overdose. And surprisingly and not surprisingly, it helps with other agents beyond opioids, because really that area of the brain is responsible for the euphoria, the reward from different medications. So people I have on Sublocade tell me, yeah, my desire to smoke has really gone down and I don't really like drinking anymore. Or crystal meth, which is a really difficult one to treat. We don't have a really good treatment. Even that, people say, yeah, it's reduced. Not completely, obviously, or not nearly as much as the opioid, which it was designed for, but there is some crossover, which is great. So, yeah, I talked about that. So, if it is such a great medication, as all these things have shown, why isn't it being used? We can clearly show that it reduces use and can lead to increased abstinence from opioids. You don't have to worry as much about the missed doses. Why is it not more widely used? Why isn't everyone who has addiction on this? So one part of the problem is acceptance from the clients. A lot of the initial use of this medication was problematic. Like I said, starting the medication is a bit challenging. And if you don't do it in the right order, people have to be in withdrawal already before you give the medication. And if you mix that up and you give this medication first, it will knock off all the other opioids in their system and they will feel horrible. They go from their 7 down to a 2 and they feel terrible and they'll never want to take it again. And unfortunately, that has happened to people. And it only takes a few people telling that story before it spreads and that nobody wants to use this medication. The other things are that, like any treatment, there's stigma attached to it, right? So if they're using opioids and no one really kind of knows about it, even though people know about it, they think their family doesn't know about it, they think their spouse doesn't know about it. If I go to treatment, it's a stigma. Now I'm an addict, I have a defect, right? They may be treated really badly at some of the clinics, some of the methadone clinics that provide this, treat them the same way as if they're on methadone, like, come every week. You don't get carries for like 3 months, which makes no sense. I mean, if anything, I would give them carries so that if they need to give it to somebody else who's in withdrawal, that they would, right? Because the dangers are so low. The only problem is the precipitated withdrawal if someone's already on it. But anyway, The other barriers are more on the clinician side, like I said, how they treat the client, their knowledge of the medication, their willingness to prescribe it. Even the so-called experts at the methadone clinics who have been in addictions for a while, they are reluctant to use this medication because it's more challenging, and rightfully they should not be seeing them as much, so they probably don't get remunerated as well for doing something that works better and is safer, right? So the evidence is clear that in order to increase access to treatment, we have to lower the barriers, and that is kind of what we focused on in our program. So in our own personal experience, we've identified these things. Stigma is very real. A lot of perception is that people are weak-willed, and if they just, had the moral strength, they could just stop opioids. Family members, want to help their families, and they have the best interest in mind, but they say things like, just stop it. You don't need to do this. You're better than this. All that says to them is that, no, I'm not, because the drug keeps telling me I need to do this. So it's just kind of the opposite message, right? And some people are told that you're just choosing this. Like, why are you choosing this life? And why are you choosing these drugs? You choose something better. And that's, again, not realistic. And then, if you're told that you're defective, and unfortunately, one of the models that was popularized for a while was that drugs hijack your brain, and so you have no control over yourself. And so people who are sensitive to it must be defective because everybody else can fight it off, and why not me? And that is actually not true. The studies have been very conclusive. I don't know if you guys heard of the rat park experiment where, they took a rat and they gave it option of taking morphine-laced water versus regular water. So when it's in a cage, yes, it would take the morphine water until it killed itself. But then, a very wise experimenter said, is that why? Did they prefer it? So then he made Rat Park, which was very, everything that a rat wanted in terms of connection. They had other rats with them. They had lots of food and everything else. And it turned out that they did not prefer that water. They avoided it. But because they already had what they needed, and they knew that this also had a negative effect. But when they were trying to escape, it didn't matter, right? They wanted to use it. But anyway, other barriers to treatment, like I said, the precipitated withdrawal is something very scary for clients, and if they get told the story by others, they don't want to use it. The idea that they'll keep having to come visit the doctor, and who's going to be able to work when they have to go see the doctor every week or every month, even once a month. You got to tell your employer why you got to go there, and that a lot of people don't want that. They don't want people to know. Accessibility is an issue. Yeah, we see a lot of clients, but we are kind of full up in terms of who we can take. And until the methadone clinic maybe changes their treatment strategy, there's not a lot of access here in St. Thomas. And in London, the same thing. I'm a colleague who works up at the RAM clinic, and they are very busy as well. And then the other big one that I've really worked to change, and that's what I'll talk about, how it's different from other practices, is the expectation of abstinence. So, like I said, I try to be very evidence-based, and I don't understand why our colleagues and people in addictions believe that if someone's on treatment, that everything is perfect and they should be expected to be abstinent from using other drugs, especially when you're using something like Sublocade and it doesn't have the same negative effects. So that is a big issue that we deal with. And then other minor things is that they're concerned about, if starting on Sublocade, will they have more pain that they believe that they had? And I'm able to tell them and convince them that, yeah, no, there is actually a reduction. You will have a reduction in pain. But trust is really important, and that's what we needed to build in order for people to accept what we were saying. And then other things people say, like, why do I want another drug to replace the opioids? It's just another addiction. Or, I don't want to start it because the methadone doctor said that I have to stop methadone for 3 days, be in horrible withdrawal before I can start this medication, which is so old-fashioned. They did have to do that at the beginning, but we have many different techniques to prevent that, microdosing, macrodosing, whatever. But there are ways to avoid that. And then the injection of the medication, it's into the fat, but it does burn in some cases. So we've tried to mitigate that by using lidocaine, because there was a small study in Switzerland that I found that it was helpful, and it works great and doesn't affect the way the medication works. So just that willingness of us to listen to our clients, makes a difference, because a lot of our clients said, when I went to jail, they wouldn't give me the freezing. I said, I need the freezing. They said, no, that's not how we do things. Or if they go to the other clinic, we don't do that, just put up with it. And that's not patient-centered, and there's really no reason to make it harder than it is for people, right? So low barrier treatment is what we are aiming for. And the group, Jakubowski and Fox, identified the first four: a harm reduction approach, which a lot of you already know, which I'll talk a little bit about. Same-day treatment and entry for the medication is really important, and I ascribe to that. So if someone comes and they are in a mindset that they want treatment today, I try everything I can to treat them today, because if I say, I'm too busy, come back tomorrow to my clinic, 9 times out of 10, they won't be there, right? Then just accessibility, and luckily we partnered with the Inn, and they allow us to use their facility, because that's where a lot of people who struggles live and are around, and it's easy for them to come to us. And flexibility, we run an outreach clinic every Wednesday afternoon, so patients don't have to make appointments. Obviously, clientele who struggle with opioids often have executive function difficulties, time management, planning, organization. So giving them an appointment 4 weeks away at a certain time is probably not realistic. So flexibility is important. So when they do show up 1 day late, I do try to see them and give them their injection, because they need it, and it's important for them to get it. And finally, the one that I actually think is first is, and they don't talk about, is to build the trust. So when we started this program, like I said, it was kind of an evolutionary process. It started with my nurse, Shelley West, who was already doing outreach for wound care and just kind of primary care, because our clients, have all sorts of infections and injuries. That allowed her to get to know a lot of the clientele. She also got to know Dan Bolton, who was a former addict, but was a very strong advocate for this community. He's been on committees. For the first year or so, he was riding around on his bicycle, even in bad weather, telling clients, like, the doctor is on the bus, or we had a mobile bus. You should go see him, or you should. And he made a big difference, because harm reduction is a very important piece of this. So anything we could do to reduce their harm from opioids or their living circumstances made a big difference, and it allowed them to gain our trust. And we started looking, so we treated their addiction as a chronic illness, which in the literature you're supposed to, and that allowed people to feel less stigmatized, like they have a diagnosis like diabetes. So if someone is not exercising and losing weight, are we going to stop their metformin? No, that doesn't make sense. If you relapse with opioids, that is something that we deal with, right? And so having that understanding helps people to feel safe with us and have that trust. And then, so at the basis of all this, we started thinking, how can we set up a structure, a program that we can kind of share with other clinics, and maybe get other people doing what we are doing here, because it works. And I realized that attitudes and judgment really are at the basis of the prescriber challenges. So a long time ago, the French philosopher made a distinction between judgment in terms of the content of what you're judging and the attitudes that you attribute to that. And the attitudes really depend on you. So the content is usually objective, They are using drugs. Okay. That is observed. Your attitude is that they're failures for that. That's on you. And to be judgmental, is the word that we use to say that you're applying your attitudes to the content of the judgment. And the other part of it is that the person never signed up for you to be their judge, and you are not necessarily the person who is in a role to judge them anyway, family or a physician, right? Because you don't know what they've been through, you don't know what they're dealing with, you don't know the disconnect level. And in fact, maybe you are part of the problem, and why are you judging them, right? So the concept that I kind of came up with that I felt was more accurate in terms of treating people with dignity and respect was accountability without judgment, because accountability is very important. If they come to me for help and they want a goal, like not to use opioids or use less or have better functioning, that's their desire. I am providing accountability to check for the harmony between what they're asking for and what they are doing. I don't judge them. So they said, yeah, I wanted to stay off opioids. I use 3 times this month. Like, okay, that's actually really great, because that was half of last time. So that's a positive judgment, I guess. But if it was negative, I say, well, what are we going to do, or what do you want to do to make it better next time? And that's it. And they might say nothing. They might say, you know what? I want to do this for my family. I want to do this so I can get my kids back, whatever. We work on that, right? Maybe it's because their mental health. Anyways, accountability is important in what we do with addiction treatment. And that is something that I feel is lacking in simple substitution treatments like methadone or safer supply in London. You are replacing something that is safer for sure, but you're not actually holding them accountable to what their goals are. I mean, if everyone's goal was, I want free drugs, and I want to keep using it, then maybe you need to talk to them about why that is and how deep this disconnection is. But I doubt that. I don't think people come to those programs saying, this is all I want. They actually want more, but that's what they're offered, and that's what they are, that's what the provider models for them, and that's the expectation they have. So I don't ascribe to that. So low barrier is really important. You want people to get treatment with evidence-based tools. So what we have done is made it as simple as possible. We have that walk-in clinic I said. We provide them with the primary care and the mental health and the determinants of health, the social determinants of health that they desperately need to be healthy. And that's why we can build trust, because people know if you are there just to write a prescription, to get a paycheck, and they try to talk to you about how it's affecting them negatively and you don't respond, it's clear you don't care. And why would they care to do what you're suggesting? They don't trust you. So it's important that we do what we can. A lot of these people don't have family doctors. They got kicked out years ago because of their aberrant use. And we need to fill that void. So we offer a cell number for clients to call our nurse or text. Now, we don't respond right away all the time, but just having them know that they can reach us, and then my nurse will check it within a few hours or the next day, and if it's something really urgent, she can get a hold of me, and I don't mind, hopping on the computer and doing something. It makes a big difference. And then we have our regular clinic Monday to Friday. It's not the outreach, but if clients come in between my other scheduled clients, because I see other people, I try my best to see them, and I leave space in my schedule for that. Our clinic allows us to do that because very ingenious, I guess, approach from our administrators is that we made a mental health and addictions team, which comprises of me, and it was in the other slide, me, my primary nurse, Shelley West, and then we have another part-time doctor, Dr. Lum, so when I'm not there, he can prescribe things. And then we have an amazing volunteer who's a retired nurse who's kept her license, and she comes with us every outreach, and she is amazing because she does the work that if she wasn't there, we couldn't see those patients. So anyways, we do our best to fit people in when they come, give them their treatment so they're not going without, because being on treatment is far better than any other thing that I can do for them. Because addiction and the symptoms of addiction are on the top layer. Everyone sees it, everyone wants to tackle it, and that's important, but it's all the stuff underneath that we need to get to, and we can't get there until we deal with the substance use. And luckily, as we've talked about here, the collaboration that we've been able to work out with our colleagues has made a huge difference. So I put social services up there first because I think you guys have done a great job in terms of helping people with referring to us, helping them with their paperwork, trying to get into housing. I remember clients who I felt very strongly that they would do well if we could get them somewhere quickly, and they wanted to go back to work, and you guys were flexible and tried to do that, and that's the trust that we have, the collaboration. So I'm not going to say to you everybody needs a home tomorrow, because I know that's not realistic, and that's not really that's not acting in a trustworthy way. So I think that collaboration is very important. In Dwell, at the Railway City Loft. So initially, when we started, Sarah Chrysler, the nurse, before the building opened, she took the time to come to our outreach clinic and learn about what we were doing. So she was acting as a staff member and getting to know all the clients. That's important, knowing their names, having them know you, and seeing what we did, our attitudes, our approach. And then when the Railway City Loft opened and she started working there as the primary nurse, she already had a good idea of how things went. And then we had a direct line. I would come there once a week initially. Now she just texts me or calls me, because a lot of the clients have been very stable. And she's learned to give the injection of that medication, so I don't have to come there and physically do it myself. So it's worked out very well for, I think, both Indwell and for us, because we share the same clients. Every client at Indwell actually is my client, so we're treating the same people. Like I said, perfect. So very thankful to Brian and his team for letting us use the space, and then helping us with navigating other agencies coming there and helping our clients. Urix has been fabulous because they are the main provider of our Sublocade. Sublocade is difficult to order. You have to order a certain amount. It has to be kept cold, so they've been great. And then, the city, the police, the hospital, they've all contributed in terms of giving that wraparound care that we need to deal with the disconnection, because when they come to see us, if we can provide that treatment, that's what helps them to deal with their addiction. It's not just giving them medication, it's having them come to a place where they feel we care, setting them up with people that feel they care, and getting that ongoing service, okay? The one big difference that I do from a lot of other places, because what I've said so far, the treatment of Sublocade is done elsewhere. We definitely try to have more of a wraparound service, but the one thing that I have done a little different is adding the harm reduction piece. So I don't expect abstinence, because that's not realistic. So instead of having them go out and use, buy illicit substances, I give them a very small amount of Percocet. In the notes it said Dilaudid. I started with Dilaudid, but I changed to Percocets because Percocets you can't inject it, and there's a limit. There's Tylenol in it, so you can't give past a certain amount, so it avoids the negotiating. So I said, nope, that's the max, that's all you get. Clients respect that, and they come to the clinic to get the treatment with a Sublocade, because that's an expectation. You get the shot, then you get the prescription, you get a week's worth at a time, and that's it. We don't replace it. If you lose it, gets stolen, you only have 6 days to go. You won't have bad withdrawal. It's more for the psychological withdrawal anyway. So anyway, I just want to end by saying that we've had lots of good success. We have 175 active clients right now on Sublocade. We've treated even more than that. Some of them have gotten off opioids altogether. Some of them we've lost to follow up, and maybe they'll come back. But we've had a lot of positive responses in terms of no overdoses, their housing rates have increased. A good 10 to 15%, I would say, have gone back to work. And some of these people were on ODSP for like 15 years. And that's a big boon to the economy and helps their self-esteem. Legal involvement, incarceration rates have gone down. The downtown core looks better to me. There's less people who are struggling day to day. There's family reunification. And the most important thing for me is that their acceptance to treat their underlying mental health has opened up. And that allows me to deal with a lot of things that they were not wanting to deal with before. So anyway, just in conclusion, addiction treatment is essential, but it's only the first step. Ultimate goal for me is to improve their functioning so they can make better choices and have overall wellness, quality of life. If you want to boil down what I do, I kind of had to think about it. So what I do differently, I call it evidence-based opioid use disorder treatment paired with harm reduction. And that's, in a nutshell, kind of what we do. And that's all I have to say. That's all I have time for there. Anyway.
Great. Oh, right ahead. Before we break for lunch, does anybody have any questions for Dr. Mai that they'd like to get on the docket now? Or we can save this over conversation over sandwiches. Seeing no one, I'm going to look online. No one's online. Fantastic.
You can't hold people back from food, so I
All
apologize
right.
for
No,
going
don't
over
apologize at all.
Enjoy your lunch.
Thank you so much for sharing. We'll still we're going to cut 15 minutes off lunch so we can keep to the schedule. A lot of people traveled in today, so we'll make sure you can get on the road as soon as you want to. But lunch is by catering by James Meadows is over there. Cooler full of drinks over there, and someone better eat those bananas before we finish for the day. And 2 fresh pots of coffee that are available.
No, stop. Don't.
Thank you already, and again, for your participation, for traveling if you did to get here, and for a great conversation. So, a couple minutes if you want to grab anything. If not, everyone's kind of here awkwardly. No, I'm the awkward one, yeah. All right, we've got a quiet room already, so without I'm going to be fine with being 3 minutes officially ahead of schedule. Again, thank you so much for this morning. Please join me in welcoming Chief Mark Roskamp from the St. Thomas Police Services.
Well, good afternoon. Paul, thank you for inviting me today. I'm pleased to be here to chat briefly about some of the innovation that the St. Thomas Police Service has been doing over the course of the last several years, but specifically the last couple of years, to deal with some of the social and health-related matters that are affecting our community. I'll try to give you a snapshot of what has been occurring and our vision, and loop in one program that we've seen some tremendous results. There must be, and as you've heard today, collective recognition that a problem exists. Commitment yields impact. There must be a willingness to define those issues and commit fully and partner with the appropriate collaborators to find solutions. In St. Thomas, we've had extremely forward-thinking elected officials and a police services board. We had a mayor here this morning. We have 2 councillors here today. We might have councillors online as well. But these individuals have recognized the issues, actioned a plan both operationally and financially, and set a plan forward at a reasonable pace to reduce the impacts. The St. Thomas Police Services Board also has never hesitated to improve public safety and wellness conditions for St. Thomas and the residents of St. Thomas and all of our personnel in the police service. I'd be remiss not to also mention all of the partners that have presented today and that are about to present. St. Thomas Elgin Social Services, huge partner for us in what I'm about to speak to you about. Indwell, the CCHC, CMHA, the business community, the Chamber of Commerce, St. Thomas Elgin General Hospital, provincial and federal entities have helped us tremendously. They've stepped up. And I probably missed a bunch. Brian, over at the inn, the results are remarkable. And I suppose after you hear today where we're going with this, you'll agree with me. Our vision at the St. Thomas Police Service, but our collaborative has always been to provide community benevolence, to do no harm. Our community motivator has always been to strengthen the resilience of those that have challenges in our community. When the public and private sectors join together, the community benefits greatly. There are profound impacts from public-private partnerships, and you're hearing about those results today. I've come to learn that if lasting impact is to occur, there has to be collective recognition that we live in a growing community. And in a growing community, there is uncertainty and there is change. And the exciting realities of a vibrant community bring new challenges and a need to reimagine the services and how we collaborate in a multi-sectoral way. Strong planning from city officials and community leaders is essential in managing the growth of this unpredictable environment that we're all experiencing throughout the province. So what I'd like to do now is just set the stage for where I'm going to go and explain the one program that we're going to showcase today. I need to talk to you about the provision of policing. And the Community Safety and Policing Act is a new piece of legislation that governs legislatively and regulatory provisions for police services and the governance of police services. And it states that we must provide adequate and effective police services. The Act also states that police services boards may provide policing or other services and I want you to remember this, or other services that exceed the standards of adequate and effective policing. The Act also states that police services boards must use their own personnel, we know that, or those assisting to provide policing functions. Keep these 2 points in mind as I explain one innovative strategy that we've implemented to support the vulnerable population in our community. Our focus is always to provide and exceed adequate and effective policing services in St. Thomas. I think it's important to note what the Act says. The Act defines core functions of police services. These are obligations we must comply with, police services in every jurisdiction: crime prevention, emergency response, assistance to victims of crime, public order maintenance, law enforcement, and any other policing function that is prescribed. Keep those in mind as I talk about the non-core functions that I'm about to speak about. Non-core functions or responsibilities of police, due to years of being the 24/7, 365 agency of default to answer these social determinants of health, these issues in our community that bring us here today. One example, those social determinants of health: the mental health disorders, the substance use disorders, the homelessness, those struggling with being unhoused, food insecurities, poverty, those struggling with destitution. These social determinants of health matters have manifested in our communities in recent years, some more than others, but we're all experiencing these challenges. We know that following the pandemic, access to social and health-related services was identified as an issue. And these issues have typically been more prevalent in larger cities, but now have migrated to all communities, including cities the size of St. Thomas. We accept that, and we have to accept that this is a natural progression that comes with growth. And that's what I spoke about earlier. A number of these social determinants of community health and development are affecting cities throughout Canada, and in particular in local downtown regions. Homelessness and poverty are social issues that are affecting a growing number of people. And we see many individuals struggling to find shelter, a basic human need for survival, and they're struggling with mental health and substance use disorders. What we have developed in St. Thomas and our approach and our vision is a right care, right person approach to support those that need it. I'm here to tell you, as the Chief of Police, we view these social and health-related matters as part of our responsibility under the community safety and well-being plans that we all have in our communities. They're not a core function of policing, but a responsibility that we all have to jointly take ownership and responsibility and collaborate and find solutions. And that's what's happened in St. Thomas. You heard this morning from Danielle about something special happening. This is exactly what's happened. We've decided to take ownership. We've identified that there's a problem, and we accept responsibility, whether it's a core function of what I'm to deliver or not. When it comes to community safety and well-being, the Act that governs policing says that all municipalities must develop a plan, and the police must take an active role in that plan. St. Thomas does have a plan. St. Thomas Elgin does have a community safety and well-being plan, and we accept our role in that plan. And these are challenges for which the police do have responsibility, supporting the community and those that need help. Now, we'll get to the good part. What has been our response? In addition to the core service delivery areas that we must provide, the frontline policing services, so that's our emergency response, criminal investigations, law enforcement, the things I discussed with you, we've developed what we call a community response or community resource unit. So in recent years, our police service determined that a new approach was necessary regarding these growing health-related disorders in our downtown region. Businesses in our downtown were being impacted negatively by the rise in the social determinants of health. And we saw these crimes of opportunity occurring, these non-violent crimes, these property crimes were on the rise. And I can tell you between 22 and 23, they rose 12% in our community. We needed to find a solution. And again, these are believed to be these social determinants of health, these non-core responsibilities that we must all respond to. We decided to create a team of special constables. Now, special constables, you might know, are governed under the act that governs policing, the Community Safety and Policing Act. They do not have a firearm. They do not have tasers. They are trained by police services. The new act allows police services boards to appoint special constables. And in 2022, we decided to hire 2 of them to help us in our downtown core. In 2024, this year, we've now increased that to 6. The Community Safety and Policing Act directs ways in which special constables can be used. And specifically, they can assist police in performing police functions. So that is where we're going with this, that our community resource team has a primary focus of engaging with individuals impacted by mental health, substance use disorders, and struggling with being unhoused, and connect those that want the help to healthy pathways in the community. These individuals deserve supports by all of us, and they don't deserve a jail cell. The community resource team wears a distinct uniform, as you can see. They have to look different than police. They must be clearly labeled with special constable, as opposed to the dark uniform of the police officer. Enhancements in 23, we created a new police supervisory role for which this team of 6 answers to. The oversight of that supervisory role is to build the partnerships and to keep those connections with everybody that you've heard from today and are about to hear from. And specifically, there's some responsibilities, core functions, and some not. Core functions, the supervisor is responsible for crime prevention, responsible for road safety, our traffic unit. But specifically why I'm here today is that a non-core responsibility is community mobilization. We're mobilizing all of the efforts to have a multi-sectoral approach to address these social determinants of health that have become an issue for our community. This individual has direct oversight of the community resource unit and that team of special constables who assist in the responsibility to maintain a coordinated, collaborative partnership with those agencies that are here today. The role of the CRU unit is just this: assist in connecting the vulnerable individuals in our community to the complex consortium of social health related supports. We take a compassionate and a supportive approach, and that's our mindset of this team. This team assists in collaborating with partners to prevent social and health related disorders from becoming public safety concerns and therefore becoming a core function requiring a police officer presence and a police officer response. They assist in reducing our vulnerable population's exposure to the criminal justice system. They assist in responses to the needs of many business owners, restaurant owners, and shoppers to our downtown and throughout the city. We rented an office in the downtown corridor, right in the heart of our downtown, 584 Talbot Street. You'll see it on your exit of the city if you didn't see it coming in today. They're standing in front of it now, an old building we renovated to suit our needs. They work out of that office, the 6 of them. So this is one innovative way, in addition to a number of other strategies that we've put in place. But specifically today, Paul, I wanted to bring forward this team to show the successes that we've had. We have had a reduction in a number of areas, and I can tell you there's peripheral positive with the reduction in property crime trending down in the year of 24. This approach has removed police officers directly from the daily interactions of persons in crisis. And we know over several years we have heard that. The world has told us, and we've been listening, and we learn from mistakes of the past, and we are removing police officers from dealing with persons in crisis. And we've adopted that practice with the support and the assistance of the use of special constables. We recognize that we as the police are well connected to that complex consortium of mental health professionals, and we feel that the multi-sectoral collaborative approaches that you're hearing about today has created an environment where very little falls through the cracks. Those untreated or ill-managed cases that used to frequently become involved with the police are drastically being reduced with everything that's in place, including our special constable team. We know that when persons are experiencing a crisis, they typically do not know where to seek the help. And police, as I indicated, were the default agency, and we always stepped up to support and help resolve the matter. We feel we found a solution to reduce this pressure on the police service and other community agencies that returns police officers back to core functions and better serves those that are experiencing crisis and these social determinants of health issues. We have been very fortunate, and I'd be remiss not to mention the support of the Police Services Board and City Council that understand public safety modernization. When it comes to the health and wellness of community and the professional standards of our members, my expectation is always to ensure community satisfaction, trust, and the confidence in the services that we provide. All citizens in St. Thomas and all guests to our city deserve to feel safe and to be safe. And our vulnerable population deserves a right care, right person approach from those of us that can support them. And that's what we're trying to do here. So I'm going to leave it right there, Paul, but it's subject to any questions. That is my brief presentation.
Curious how you find you're referring people to social services versus just the criminal justice system. I know we deal with a lot of frustration, I'm sure you do too, where somebody gets arrested for whatever, petty vandalism, that kind of thing, and they're out the next day, and the process just keeps going over and over and over, versus referring people into community services where hopefully they're getting help for their issues and maybe less offending. Just curious what your results are on that.
Sure. Well, we could go offline and I could give you some data on that. But we find the team, when the old approach was to arrest and process through the criminal justice system. Now our vision and our strategy is to take a knee with the special constable team and to work with that individual that's under a blanket outside of the business. And if it takes hours, that's what the special constable role is to do. And to connect that individual to healthy pathways, whether it's with social services, whether it's with CCHC, whether it's with the inn, it starts to have an effect. Spending that time. They don't deserve a jail cell. And you just have to find ways, you have to commit, and that's what we found. A few years ago, we found there was a commitment and a willingness to fund a program like this, and we had to find ways to navigate through the law and what we can and cannot do as a police service, and we feel we found a formula that works with the special constable team. Eventually you start seeing results.
Great. Yeah, thank you.
Hi, Wendy Parsons, Leamington District Chamber of Commerce. The special constable, is this just in the St. Thomas area or is it throughout Ontario?
Sure. So I can tell you a program like this, to my knowledge, for the strategy and the mandate that we have, is only in St. Thomas. But I can tell you there are other special constable teams in the province, and they do other duties. I can tell you this program is similar. There's similar programs to this out west in BC and out east. But in Ontario, specific to that mandate right there, I think it's fairly unique.
Okay, it would just be really nice to see throughout Ontario.
Thanks for that question, Wendy. I had that one too. And I'm Suzanne from Tillsonburg. So just very quickly, I'm sure all of our communities have experienced something very similar. The title of today's session is remarkable, really, because business is equal to these issues we have. With what you found, we have businesses that have said, I could go out of business. I get phone calls from my repeat customers, and they're afraid to come to my store. They're asking me, is it safe to come? Is anyone camping out there right now? What do your community officers do in a situation like that?
Right. So the scenario you've given, happened for years here.
Yeah.
It still happens. It's not a perfect system,
No.
but it's unfair to that business owner.
Yeah.
Right? Businesses deserve to thrive, right? And people deserve to be safe to run their businesses. Customers, and they expect shoppers to come in, and for us to provide a safe city for them to do that. So it happens constantly, but the team is supposed to visit those businesses daily.
Right.
Interact. They have cell phones. They have email addresses that if a business wants to call them directly, the entire team will go down. Members of that team, there's 6 of them, will walk down,
Right.
address that matter, so they don't have to call into the St. Thomas Police Communication Center, the non-emergency line.
Right.
But when they're on duty, their cell phones, there's ways and means for them to connect with this team, and it's right now we have that team specifically addressed and deployed to the core. Okay, when we see the core fixed, then I will branch them out throughout the city to other areas. But right now, until that core is cleaned up, and we are seeing improvements, like drastic improvements.
That's nice to hear.
So I hope that answers your question.
It does. It helps a lot. I think it is a process. It's not going to happen overnight.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mark, am I correct in saying that this team is on the street all the time? And I think that's partial to address that question, is because they're so visible. That in itself, I think, has an impact.
So they are. So their job is strictly on foot, boots on the ground, 7 days a week. We're not touching all the hours with 6, but that is their mandate. We found that, as I indicated, we were the only 24/7, 365. And until social services and health services are funded and are staffed to the levels they should be and not overwhelmed, the police will always have to step up to support community. And for now, we're trying to remove ourselves from person in crisis. But on the after hours, when this team isn't on, it is still police. And I would like to reduce the amount that our frontline officers are dealing with persons in crisis. But, I give the scenario, that individual under the blanket that needs help, that spent the night on the street, that hasn't eaten, that hasn't had a shower in days, that's for the special constables. But the moment that individual presents a weapon, that's immediately a core function. That's a police response. So this team's been trained to back off and to radio over a police officer. So that's how this works, and it's working very well. Now, I'm not suggesting that happens often, but if it does, they know what to do, and it becomes a core function. But it is a boots-on-the-ground team, and I would love it if there were other agencies that were boots on the ground to be out there with us.
Kim from Woodstock. Quick question. Are the constables specially trained? Are they police constables with special training, or are they specially trained people that are kind of an auxiliary type officer?
Sure. So their designation and their title per legislation is special constable. All right? And then there's a constable, which is a police officer. The special constable, which is not a police officer, it's a civilian. And we train them and we give them equipment, and they have everything that a police officer has, minus a firearm and a taser. That they have the ASP, baton, the pepper spray, and they're taught to protect themselves defensively and to use their mouth as their tactical communications and de-escalation. And they have all the mental health first aid training. And so in answer to your question, they are not constables. They're not sworn police officers. They are civilians by definition. They have peace officer powers for the criminal code, getting very technical here.
Okay.
They can make arrests, same as police officers, but we're trying to keep them on a mandate of not that. But if they come into contact with someone on a warrant, that's wanted on a warrant in the downtown core, they can act.
So do they have special training or extra training to deal with people who are in crisis or in that situation? I guess that's my other piece of the question.
So they do. The new act mandates that they have up to 6 weeks of training for special constables. Police officers The Act defines, and it always has, that police officers must go through basic constable training, 12 weeks of that. So all of us have had to do that originally in our careers. These special constables now have to do up to 6 weeks of training in a classroom. And so we're going to do that. They already have that. We committed to that prior to this new act coming into force. So these specials already have that, but we're going to put them through that training. But part of that training is mental health first aid. It is de-escalation training. It is use of force training. It is, it's a step. Our officers have that same training, but we want them to have to be enhanced. Now, I didn't say these individuals come from a variety of backgrounds. There's a nurse on that team. They all have educational. They're carefully selected for character traits, that compassionate, kind approach. They have social justice degrees, and there's a criteria that we look for in a candidate to do this job. And they want this and not policing. So, so that's a formula we found to keep them in this role. We need to retain this team as special constable civilians.
Thank you. To my knowledge, in Chamber in Brantford Brant, we don't have this. What would you say to the people in Brantford Brant to do this?
Sure.
Really, I mean, that's what you got it. Obviously today I've heard so much great news here in St. Thomas, but what's the message I'm taking back home? And tomorrow morning is our mayor's breakfast. So happy to relay it to the mayor.
So my peer in Brantford, Acting Chief Jason Saunders, he knows about this program. In fact, Brantford is one of the cities that has a variation of special constables, not to this program, but close to it. And I know that there are plans for a mirrored program, but Jason can call me if you send him my way. I'd be glad to talk to him.
Ashley from Tillsonburg Chamber. So I guess my question is very similar to that in the sense that we have OPP in Tillsonburg. So how would you approach that situation? Because I know that we have community officers of some sort. How would we approach talking about this with OPP in Tillsonburg?
Sure. So I guess the use of special constables is no secret. It's out there. Police services can do it if they have the support of councils, if they have the support of police services boards, and there's a plan to finance it. But I can tell you there is long-term benefits here in returning police officers back to core functions where we should be, and bringing in special constables. Yes, there's a price difference. I won't get into that, but there is. And so that's something that I would suggest you have that discussion with the OPP or your policing partner of jurisdiction. And if that's part of their model, I can tell you here, and all I can do is speak for here, it is part of our model. And we have the support of council, and we have the support of Police Services Board that have been forward thinking to modernize, to return police officers back to core functions. I can tell you for a number of years, police officers were just taking on too much, and our plates it was just too much. And the collective heart of policing in the last several years with the murders and deaths of police officers in Canada that started to match the US was not good. And you were seeing burnout at remarkable rates. We have to find ways to get police officers back to core functions, reduce what's on their plate so they can focus on on what matters, public safety per the Act. This matters too, but until the social and health related services that are funded properly and staffed properly, we're going to create something like this that helps. But it is within our lane. It's a responsibility, although not core, and I tried to explain that because that's where it's going to get into a debate, and it could be litigated at some point by somebody saying that's not core. You need to only do core. I'm suggesting for the community safety and well-being plans, this fits. We have a pillar to help the community, and we are responsible. We're using civilians to accomplish that, no longer police officers. That doesn't even touch on the tragedies that have happened, and I can give you a case out west where crisis workers, special constables were working with somebody and a police officer arrived and that went very bad as soon as the officer arrived. And that's only skimming the surface on that case, but that's a tragic example of what we're trying to remove ourselves from.
Thank you.
Hi, Paul Markle from the Barrie Chamber of Commerce. So Barrie's got a fairly progressive police service. Chief Johnson's done a great job. But, you know, and anecdotally, my brother-in-law is a detective sergeant. We have conversations often about the issues that he faces. Do you have stats available on how this has changed your ratios in terms of the number of police you have on doing core functions on a regular basis, and on some of the shift in your numbers? In other words, this is a budget thing, right? I mean, really, when you get down to it, this is budget, right? If you can talk them into the budget, then you can talk anything. And we've had some luck with special constables and street teams, but it's a huge need at the moment. So I'd be interested if that's something that you could supply us with.
I could. You can contact me offline, but I can tell you our comparables, sworn strength and civilian strength, there's a marked difference, and I can provide those to you offline.
Yeah, and again,
it's because of programs like this.
Yeah, and it's needed. It's
and the
needed.
Civilianization, where it's appropriate only.
Right.
You're never going to get away with, and I would never advocate for civilianizing core function.
Right.
Right. Because there are some peripheral support duties that could become civilianized, and we have done that. I can tell you, and I didn't get into it, but this at one point was foot patrol police officers downtown.
Yeah.
And that's no longer the case. It's not needed.
Right.
It's not the right approach. This is the right approach.
Yeah, there's a market sort of difference in the BPS basically has a harm-based policing model, right, which focuses based on a GIS model. They know where the high crime rates are. If you see a cop, you know there's something going on. Unfortunately, the nonviolent crimes are the ones that are creating more problems for the business community and for everybody else in the city. Thefts, car thefts, all that stuff. So this is very much needed because I think it does return them back into core services where they can actually look after that stuff. Thank you.
If you get a handle on this, there's no need for police officers to deal with. They don't become a core. They don't become a reason to apply a core response.
Right.
Right. These petty thefts, the vehicle entries, the break and enters into the businesses. If you can get a handle on some of this, and I'm not suggesting at all that all of those crimes are committed by those that are vulnerable. I'm saying a vast proportion, a big number of those are committed by those who are desperate. Yep. Crimes of opportunity. Someone has to eat. Someone has to, there are, and I could give you that evidence. There's anecdotal evidence to support that if you can get a handle on connecting these individuals that are struggling and are presented with challenges to the resources, your crimes are, you're going to start seeing decreases in certain crimes.
Yeah. Amazing. Good work. Thank you.
Yep. All righty. Thank you so much, Chief Ross Camp. I think we're going to be with our next speaker, Brian Elliott. Just a little planning group joke. We're going to see some of the impact of some of those changes as well, and learn what we're doing with our emergency shelter. Let's please welcome Brian Elliott.
Not quite as tall as the chief, so good afternoon. So Brian Elliott, I run the Low Barrier Emergency Shelter here in St. Thomas. I just want to put into context what our building is. So we are a 3-story building, 3 different businesses converted into one. We are a 40-bed facility with 15 spaces available for overflow. Our upstairs, our dorms are broken into 10 that identify as female, 20 that identify as male. and then 3 different what we call flex spaces. And those are really about being able to adapt to emerging needs. Our laundry facilities and staff offices are all upstairs. Each bed comes with its own locker. We control the locks, but they're able to put valuables and things of special nature to them locked away. And it also means they don't have to pack up and move every single day. So each morning they are not responsible for collecting all of their goods, leaving, and re-signing up each day. As long as we can identify and they sign for their beds and they're using them, then they have a space. We have 24-hour security on site. I bring this up because our security, one of the requirements is that they are trained in de-escalation as well as trauma response. They are not meant to be a hands-on group. Our overflow is in our dining space, which is on our main floor where we serve 3 meals a day. So we help with that food security. And we have a community room. And the great part about this is so many of our community partners are here today, and we've talked a lot about them. But not only do they do great work at their own facilities, but they make time and energy to come to our space to meet the homeless where they're at. And we'll talk later on about the impact page around what we are seeing. So why is a homeless shelter up here talking? Well, I think part of it is we decided as a team to start to do things differently than what's been done in other shelters in other cities. And it really did start with the team approach and how we were going to help those individuals. Those that sign up to work at shelters or be part of shelters do it from a sense that they want to make a difference in the lives of those very vulnerable and make a difference in the community. So we started with making sure that we have the right supports. So by having actual housing-focused case managers that work diligently with a caseload of not only those that are staying with us, but sometimes those that have left or those that may emerge into homelessness, to work with them on finding solutions to keep them either housed or to move them into housing through the supports of our amazing community partners. And then really it looked at being client-centric, which was we are more than just a bed and a pillow. We really have to deal with what are their emerging needs? What brought them to us? Are they escaping violence? Are they income? Is it income related? And so really, as we do our intake, how do we get to know these individuals, not just as a client, but how do we move deeper? How do we find out what the need was that brought them there? Being homeless doesn't happen just because. There's a catalyst. So how do we find that, and how do we start working towards it? Because it's great if you just want to get them housed, but that won't lead to longer term success, because what's the trauma they may be overcoming? What are those other things? What are the supports that we can do so that when they do get housed, they're able to stay there and be more successful long term? So it's about making those connections. It's about the trust. And that won't happen on the first intake. But what it does is it allows us to have that critical information about these individuals so that the next meeting and the next meeting, we're doing things that allow them to understand that we're there for them. We're their advocates. You know, it's not about, oh, you're homeless. No, it's about how do we stop you from being homeless? And what are their obstacles? Because once you can solve for those, then having them in the right headspace to talk about housing becomes possible. We certainly can't do it without our partners. So the client has to be there to work with our partners. And so when we started to look at what gets in the way of having the homeless there, it really was around restrictions. This is a population that will sometimes have verbal disputes, other disputes. They may have medication issues. So many things that can change how they interact with others. We're a congregate living facility. You don't get a lot of privacy. There's not a lot of places where you can go to be alone. So people will get on each other's nerves. Just think about your own house on Thanksgiving, right? First few hours are great. After that, it's a free-for-all. And so we really wanted to reimagine what restrictions look like. And then how do we help those that may even have a restriction anyway? How do we keep them engaged? And part of it was around reimagining what our shelter break process looked like. It's really easy to issue a restriction. We see it all the time. I talk to other shelters in different cities, and it was, how do we overcome it? An example we'll use is you can give someone a restriction, let's say 3 days, because they got in a fight with somebody. 30 minutes later, they're both restricted, sitting on a park bench across from your facility because they've already made up. They're already over it. But we're going to make them spend the next 36 hours trying to be mad at each other because they both got a restriction. So it didn't make sense. If they're not there, you can't deal with them. So we started to listen not only to our staff, but feedback that we were getting from our clientele. That's not fair. That's not fair. And sure enough, when we started to look at the timelines for different breaks, it didn't make sense. And so we started to go with take a walk. That 1 hour or 30 minutes away from the shelter, away from that other individual, really allowed us to let cooler heads prevail, to have a conversation. What was the catalyst for the incident? Was it a one-off? Is it longer? Is it deeper? How can we adjust to make sure that they were feeling safe in our facility, our staff were safe, and so were the other guests? Sorry, I use guests and clients interchangeable. Part of it is when you're called the inn, guest seems to come through. And they really are, because we don't want them there long term, right? The goal is to continue to move them on. So that word really does give you an image of they are short term until they can move forward. Then, as we started to talk about what are the key things that really there's no tolerance around, and that was around safety. So internally, we knew the process, but how do we get it out externally to the group? So we just started printing and posting in our center, this is our restrictions. So during intake, we are very clear with our expectations. And it's not a huge list. It's not a 5-page document. It's 2 pages because we want them to understand it quickly and to be able to adapt. And if they're new in the shelter, you have to give them time to adapt because we are different than other places. And again, one of the things that was getting in our way was when people had a restriction and they had no access to the shelter, how do they come in and see our community partners? How do they get the shot from Dr. Mai? How do they get wound care? How do they meet with housing? How do they meet with any of the mental health and addiction supports? So we create amnesty events. So if they're able to meet with one of our community partners at our facility, during that time, they are free to enter our building under that. And that made sure that we were able to keep them closer to our center. How does it relate to our business community? We heard often, Chief talked about it, Danielle talked about the importance of our downtown and our core. If we continue to kick people out and restrict them from our services, their only other option is to stay in the business community, in the downtown core, in doorways, and in alleys. That didn't benefit us as we tried to work with that community. It certainly didn't make it easier for the homeless community to get support and get the help that they required. And so by having smaller restrictions, more partnerships, we are able to keep them closer to our facility where they could get the support, not just from us, but from their peers. I think the theme for our city has been around collaboration and working together. And certainly at the shelter, we are no different. We look different, and it is about just starting, right? One partnership at a time and grow it from there. It doesn't have to be perfect. A lot of the things that we do, you can't wait until it's 100% or 90%. Start at 60 and build from there. When you look at our partnerships, it really deals with kind of the key elements that our populations struggle with, whether it's the mental health and addictions, whether it's basic pain management or opioid addiction that we see from CCHC, Dr. Mai, Shelley West, and the team. Income and ID replacements. We provide free birth certificate ID for those in the homeless community. Housing stability. Danielle and Heather and the social services team there are outstanding at finding ways to bring support workers to our facility. Are they on the right income? Are housing individuals there, meeting them in person, continuing to have dialogue around how do we move them to housing? The other issue was how do we continue to make sure we do other things, whether it's the food security, our laundry services, clothing, hygiene products. The more things that we can take away from their worries, the better their headspace is, the better their ability to understand and work towards personal betterment and looking for longer term solutions. Having teams like St. Joe's Health Center coming to deal with those that are with the higher acuity, and then making sure that we take advantage of our public health systems by having vaccination clinics, Hep C, HIV testing, all available to them at the center. It keeps the reason for them being there and for us to continue to find ways to support. We have a mayor and council who have believed in not only our shelter, but in affordable housing for all. And because of that, we're able to do these amazing things and network within our community and find valuable collaborations that lead to this outcomes. So we've tracked over the past 18 months, and our police services calls to our address alone were down 23%. And special shout out to our chief and the special constable program. They helped immensely with this in de-escalations, the compassion. We see the special constables dealing day to day with our individuals. Their fear of uniform officers has gone down significantly. They now ask for advice. They look for ways to navigate the criminal justice system easier than they ever have before. 37 individuals housed to date. Now, that's not a number we celebrate just as the end. That's a number we celebrate because of our community partners. We are just the conduit to which people move to places like Indwell, YWCA, and other community partners that provide housing. And the other number we're really proud of is the 41 individuals diverted to friends, family, and the correct areas for their service. The first few days when intake is done is critical at being able to help individuals be diverted to the right place. When you look at our number of doctor visits and our number of referrals to treatment programs, when family members become aware that someone they love is getting treatments or going through different situations, they may be willing to take them back in and give them another chance. And so this helps us as well avoid people getting into long-term homelessness. And our restriction of services. So what does this mean? Couple of things. One, it means we have less problems with people being out in the community, impacting what's happening to the local businesses. What does it all mean? It means we build capacity inside our system so that our teams can focus on being housing focused versus writing reports on who had an argument with who has what restriction. This allows them to really concentrate on the things that matter so that we can make sure that they're getting the right supports, the right activities, so that they can be more successful long-term and a betterment to our community. So we always have to look forward. We know that we're not perfect and that shelters are the Band-Aid solution to homelessness. We are the necessary evil that helps us understand what's happening, but it really is around listening and giving feedback back to the community on what we're seeing to look for longer-term solutions. We continue to make changes to our restriction process. We're always looking at it, always reviewing it, and looking for different partnerships that we can work with that will add further supports to our homeless. We have to be a different voice in our community. One of the things that we really strive with is making sure that not only are we a voice for the homeless, but when individuals in our community call us about something they're seeing, that we can help provide either advice as to the next call or how do we let them know, perfect, we will contact someone to go out and talk to that individual that might be at your business or might be around the corner. We have to look past just what our current brick and mortar is to provide different supports. And part of that is just the educational process that's required within our communities. It's easy to think that all homeless people don't want to work or all of them have issues. It's just not the case. And so educating them on what actually we see, the individuals we serve, and sharing some of the successes that we've had from individuals that had long-term issues of homelessness who are now housed and doing much better in our community. We're seeing so many different things and successes from those that have moved on to housing. We continue to see the efforts of all of our community at reducing homelessness and seeing that it is a solvable problem. It just means we have to start. We have to continue to work together, find these collaborations, and think differently about our homeless population. Because in the end, if we're improving their lives, we are improving our communities and the businesses around us. Thank you.
Any questions for Brian? So surprised.
Always with a question. Appreciate the presentation. And I'm curious, we have several shelters in Peterborough. We've been dealing with a fair bit of conflict around one where same idea as you in that, you're trying to reduce those barriers because you want the people to be there so you can provide the services, but they've reduced the barriers to the point they don't have security on site because they found that too intimidating for clients. And there's open drug use within the facility so that, again, those people don't have to leave to an alleyway by the business to do the drugs, but there's other issues that come with it. I'm curious where you found that line between low barrier is a fairly objective thing compared to no, and where that gray area ends, where it becomes where you put that barrier. I'm just wondering how you found that in managing safety within your facility. Sorry, I'm rambling a bit.
No, that's, we've had that question before. I think part of it is making sure that when you have security on site, you make sure that you set up what the standard operating practices are. For us, we never want our security to have to go hands-on. And so it's making sure that when we met with them, we wanted to make sure what was the different types of training that they've gone through. Because for a fair amount of the individuals that would use our shelter, if a security guard puts their hand on them, that becomes a triggering event and it escalates. It doesn't de-escalate. Our staff are always front and center so that we will try and make sure we have those conversations. And it was interesting, one of the side benefits we saw from the restrictions being changed is that, and the fact that they're posted, their peers will go, hey, don't do that. You'll get 3 days, right? So now they have their peers reminding them, don't do this. There is a fine line between over comfort and making sure that individuals still have that want to become housed. And that's why it ebbs and flows. But certainly if they're around your facility, you can support them. If they're not there, you can't have any conversation. And so if your security does their job right, making sure that we have amnesty bins so they can put items in, their contraband items into, so that they don't make their way into our facility. The screening is passive screening. There are ways to work with a security firm because everybody has to feel safe.
Yeah. Thank you.
Is that it? Hopefully that answers it.
Yeah, I'm just adding on to what's your line on drug use within your facility? Is that tolerated or is it?
It happens.
Yeah.
I would say I'd rather us be able to watch it on camera and help should anything go sideways. But again, we will continue to work on getting them to abstinence if possible. But we also have to be realistic in what can be done within that population.
Yeah. Oh, thank you.
Hi, 2 quick questions. Just wondering how you set up your locker program. Like, do people come back night after night, so that's how you're able to make that work? I assume?
Yeah. Yes. So if someone is only there for a day or two, then they would take their possessions and the belongings from their locker with them. If they don't use the bed, then their possessions would be taken out of that locker and stored. The reason we've gone to this is we heard a lot the stress of if you pack up every single morning, then you stand in line to re-sign for a bed and you may not get one. And then what happens there? Again, if we can provide some stability in that regard, it's one less thing that's occupying their minds every single day. Will I have a bed? Not have a bed. The other thing partly is selfish. If you're switching beds every single night, that's a ton of laundry. And so what's the capacity for your team to be able to do that as well? And there's familiarity for them. If they know that's their bed, it's around making sure that they have a comfort. It's all part of building trust, right? Each small thing that we do shows that we're advocating for them and we're on Team Smith, Team whoever, to make sure that we can move them out of the homelessness. And being focused, just because they have a bed doesn't mean, oh, they get to stay there forever. No, they must continually engage with us on finding ways to move out of the shelter. Just because they have an assigned bed doesn't mean they're there forever.
Second question, I was just wondering, some people, I've heard things about homelessness with pets, right? People with pets. And I wondered if you've run into it and if you had any thoughts on that side of it. I'm just curious.
So right now we do not allow pets. Lots of reasons, more around when you have 40 individuals in a building, if someone has a cat or a dog, how many people have allergies? Yeah. How do you control them going for walks, food for them, cleanup? Yeah. There was just more barriers to allowing them versus not allowing them. Yeah. And so we'd love to see, there are some places that they can put their animal. Some they may have friends that are willing to take a dog or a cat while they look for housing. Okay. It just seemed more problematic to allow them within the shelter.
Yeah, just curious.
Yeah, really quick one. I haven't heard much about encampments in this area. And it's a huge problem in Barrie, Aurelia, and there's mobile outreach teams. Is that a service that's provided through the inn or any wraparound services in St. Thomas, or is it a problem here?
That question would be better answered by Danielle or Heather. We certainly will help, but you want to take that?
I was wondering when that question would come up. It's certainly the question of the hour. St. Thomas is in a position that other municipalities may not be finding themselves in right now for a number of different reasons. One is because through Brian's leadership, we have been really creative with how we use our emergency shelter services so that we can tell you with full confidence that no one gets turned away. And because we have indoor space, we've maintained the position that it's not okay to live outside. It's not okay for the person living outside, and it's not okay for the surrounding community. So through a very robust policy that involves a number of different city services, we are engaging with people living unsheltered and maintaining the expectation that it's not okay to live outside. It's tricky. It's not straightforward. We can talk about it like it's straightforward, but every single situation is unique and requires a ton of brainstorming and creative solutions to find opportunities for people to come inside, but that is the goal. So we do not have very much unsheltered homelessness in our community. We have some, and it changes every day, but for the most part, we've stayed on top of it. I know other communities are experiencing a bit of a bottleneck around unsheltered homelessness, so our policies and our approach may not be applicable to you now, but if you get started in time, you could find yourself in a very similar situation to us.
You're in a very lucky position, and I think part of that is because of the great work that I'm seeing you doing on supportive housing. We don't have that. There's 36 beds for 150,000 people on the supportive side. It's way out of whack, and what it means is that people find that being unhoused, not homeless in their mind, is a better way of surviving because they're on their own and they're not relying on other people. It's nice to see, and it's a good model for us to follow. Thank you.
Thank you. That, again, just a really super great, super important conversation today. I hope we're not done, but I do hope people are finding for value, especially those who have traveled to be with us today. Lindsay, our next speaker, is actually taller than me, so I'm going to put the microphone up here. And just to note, we're like 20 minutes behind on the agenda, but there was a typo. I'm not rocking a 35-minute closing speech. So I'm going to give you 30 of those 35 minutes back at the end. If you need more coffee or sugar to power yourself through the remainder of the day, please have at it. Otherwise, Lindsay Rice, the executive director, is going to actually do the next session on her own, and then the last session in combination with our good friends at Doug Terry Homes. Right now, she's going to discuss the youth homelessness protocol. Thank you.
Thanks, Paul. My son is the valedictorian tonight at his grade 8 graduation. And woohoo, go Jack. And my tip was make sure the microphone is at the right height because my whole adult life I've been adjusting microphones. Not that I'm on the mic very often, but anyways. Please caffeinate sugar. It's been a long day, a great day, full of content, and I will try to keep this train going. We're in the railway station, get it? Keep the train going. Okay. I'll keep comedy to the minimal. But I'm going to start off by chatting with you this afternoon about our community's youth homelessness protocol. And a very common analogy or story is of a couple of people walking down the river, enjoying a Sunday afternoon walk. And they see somebody struggling in the river, and they think, how are we going to get this person out? Grab a branch, get them out of the water. Pull them out of the water. Oh, thank goodness, they're out of the water. They continue their walk on this lovely Sunday afternoon. There's 5 people in the water. What's going on? There's 5 people now in the water. How are we going to get these people out of the water? So they're constantly going on the side of the riverbank, pulling these people in. And the one person just starts rushing away, and they say, aren't you going to stay and help me? We need to get these people out of the water. Well, of course, the person says, I need to go upstream to see who's throwing these people in the water.
Why are they getting into the water in the first place? And of course, that's the impetus of the youth homelessness protocol, is the prevention piece of a young person, preventing them moving into chronic adult homelessness. In our community back in, my goodness, 2010, started having this conversation through our Community Action Network for Children and Youth in Elgin. It was a conversation that looked like high school kids going to school hungry. It was, the schools coming to the community saying, how do we get food security enhanced in our high schools? But really, the underlying factor was all of these young people were couch surfing, and they didn't have the means and the food. They did not have lunches. They weren't able to have food. And so the food security issue quickly became a better understanding that we have youth who are experiencing homelessness in our community. And I'm sure it was happening long before 2010, but that's really when it became on the radar of the larger social service system as a need for a collaborative response. It took several years of work in our community to move forward on a collaborative system that now exists today and has gone through many iterative processes to where it is today. And I'm not using the clicker at all, but I'm going to. So I know you've heard some other stats today about what homelessness looks like. In our community, we know that on any given night, 100 youth experience homelessness, and it looks very different depending on who the young person is. It could be sleeping, couch surfing. It could be staying in a trailer. It could be sleeping in a shed, sleeping in somebody's vehicle, accessing a shelter. It looks at many different ways, but we do know through a research project that out of our population, 100 youth experience homelessness every night in St. Thomas, Elgin. Part of our efforts around the early prevention and diversion from the homelessness sector with youth is, of course, because of their age and stage of development being so different than that of an adult, knowing that their development physically, mentally, socially, spiritually, behaviorally is all in transition. And to know that that type of trauma that they are experiencing, perhaps before the act or the experience of homelessness, but then that of homelessness itself, is only going to perpetuate the development that needs to be happening and the risks associated. We've talked about collaboration a lot today, and the model that was used within St. Thomas was, of course, the collective impact model. The YWCA St. Thomas Elgin, where I'm from, is the backbone organization for this model, and we work in very close connection with many service providers. As you'll see on this screen, this is our protocol partnership between 2014 when it was first launched and 2024 today. And it's gone through many iterative processes. And it really came out because organizations decided to do something differently. We know that some of the larger systems, whether it's health, education, child protection, those are tough systems to make change. And so it really takes an earnest from within to do something differently. We were able to work with our education partners through Thames Valley and London District School Board to engage social workers in schools to look for those early identifications of potentially a young person who could be experiencing homelessness, couch surfing, having unstable housing. That was that early wraparound, what can we do quickly when we can have this identification? We also worked closely with our child protection services through Family and Children's Services, who were one of the key organizations early on to bring this protocol to fruition. And they looked internally and said, how can we use our resources differently? Just as our police services have shown, how can we use child protection services differently with the finite resources that we have? We know we have lots of data. We know that we have many, many families that we are supporting. What are those early indicators that we can help prevent and connect young people? At the YWCA, we have a small budget, but we really looked at how our resources can be reallocated. Can we acquire a staff person who can be dedicated to supporting youth ages 16 to 24, whether they are experiencing unhoused homelessness or if they are couch surfing. And so all of these organizations, I won't go through them all because I do want to keep us on track, really chose to do something differently. It wasn't just us coming together and saying, okay, how can we collaborate and work together and do this? It was, we really had to be intentional about changing what we were actually doing. This is the protocol. It looks really intense in a flowchart on the screen. I'm going to walk you through it so you have an idea. And of course, if there are other communities who are interested in investigating what a youth homelessness protocol could look like, there's many players in St. Thomas who would be willing to follow up in the future with you. And so one of the key pieces of a protocol like this is to have one contact. You can't be trying to sort out, who do I call when I'm in a state of crisis? There has to be one phone number, and in this case, it's Ontario 211. Literally the phone number 211 on your phone. And so through that mechanism, we are then able to connect a young person directly to either office hour supports or evening and weekend out of office hour supports. And that current iteration is the Inn, who is available evenings and weekends to support a young person with that urgent phone call, and the YWCA during those business hours. There's then a quick 24-hour turnaround where we look for an immediate solution for where to stay that night. Where is it safe and feasible for you to access housing on this evening? And we have a few options. We want more, but we have a few. And so we look at, what about family reunification? What is going on? Is it safe and feasible for you to stay in your family home tonight? Is it safe and feasible for you to access our respite shelter through the Upper Room Youth for Christ system? Is it safe and feasible for you to access the Inn as a young person tonight? Would it be an option for you to access a motel if we were able to cover that cost? Are there any youth housing rooms that are open right away that you don't have to wait for? So we really look at that whole spectrum to see how we can quickly acquire that housing for a young person. And then they are matched with a youth housing-based case manager who works with them one-on-one to work on their housing stability. We have been fortunate to work with Org Code Consulting, who is a Canadian-known consulting firm, I suppose, that supports communities develop their housing and homelessness systems. And with this, our protocol follows 5 sequential and essential steps of housing stability for young people. So it sounds complicated, but really it's just a professionalized way of following a model that's evidence informed to build that housing stability for a young person and looking forward to those life goals. Many of the youth that we support have disengaged from school because they're experiencing homelessness. Just as we said, how do you acquire employment while you're homeless? How do you maintain going to high school on a regular basis when you're couch surfing? So that is one of the primary things that we talk to the young people about, is their interest and opportunity to feel well and to be attending high school, to be moving forward with their high school diploma. And that makes a big difference. Within this protocol as well, we have connections with our community partners through mental health and primary health to ensure that those wraparound supports are available for young people. These are our overarching principles, and of course, harm reduction is a big piece of that. Brian talked a lot about what harm reduction looks like within our shelter system, and that's also within our youth homelessness protocol. I'm not going to spend too much time on that. We are part of the coordinated access system, and interestingly, in our St. Thomas community, our by names list was created many years ago with our youth homelessness protocol. It was before we had a larger coordinated access system, and that we were able to tighten the safety net of how we responded to youth because we had a youth by names list, and we were implementing a coordinated access system without really knowing we were implementing a coordinated access system, which kind of made it easier for our community to merge into the larger coordinated access because we had already been doing it for young people. And that practice stays true today, that we have a very specific list of young people ages 16 to 24 because they need that tailored different type of support, and then for adults within the by names list and coordinated access system. All of this really was, evidenced of innovation from a lack of resources. And I love the quote, "Absence of abundance breeds innovation," because that's truly what the Youth Homelessness Protocol started out as. We've been fortunate to have, as I said, many iterations come into play. We now have regular funding from the City of St. Thomas. We've had funding from Community Foundation, from different grants and whatnot, to help continue stabilize and build and grow the Youth Homelessness Protocol. But it really was not because we had money to build a protocol or to create a system. It was because we saw a desperate need and a desire to make things better for young people in our community. 533 unique youth access the Youth Homelessness Protocol since its inception in 2014. And on an average month, we support about 53 local youth. I can't reiterate this enough, and I know I've mentioned it a couple of times. And this really goes to show why St. Thomas is a standout community. It's when organizations will do things differently. And we've talked about leaving that ego at the door. We've talked about doing something in an interdisciplinary model. But truly, the Youth Homelessness Protocol has, without it, I think our spectrum would look very different, and the pressures it would put on the adult system would look very different. Communities that have a targeted approach to preventing and ending youth homelessness are going to bode even better for the instance that can happen with adults experiencing homelessness. I know that Shelley and I are up next, and I don't want to take up too much time, but I'd love to answer any questions that you might have. Again, I would also mention that we have a coalition to end poverty in St. Thomas, which has been a big supporter of the many coalitions and community committees that exist through our housing stability work. And so just knowing that we have many targeted ways that we can approach these responses has been really beneficial. Any questions before I move on to my co-partnership with Shelley?
Hi, thank you, Suzanne Tilsonberg. Is there any tracking of evidence from when children are in primary grades? I used to help at snack program when my children were in the primary grades. It was very obvious how many children came to school hungry, and I wondered if there's any tracking of then you're helping them at the youth related. They become homeless, maybe their family environment deteriorated more or whatever. Is there any tracking like that?
So back in 2017, the YWCA was fortunate to receive a 3-year research grant to determine what kind of impact are we having, and when we're partnering with education or other systems, what kind of impact is this protocol having. So we do have a full research report on our YWCA website that you could take a look at. It really showcases the impact we had on those young people who access the protocol. As far as the direct correlation between a young person's food insecurity in elementary school to their risk of homelessness, we don't have indicators around that. Anecdotally, there would be some feedback, but I can't say for sure. I think the biggest takeaway is having those conversations with your school partners, and bringing them in because in my mind, everybody's a housing-based case manager, whether you're in health, employment, education, housing first, and then. So, yeah. Okay, Shelley, do you want to join me? Okay, great. Oh, she's getting her own microphone. See, I wanted the hand microphone. Then I wouldn't have to worry about where I'm talking. Oh, see, I'm going to do that. I feel like I should. Oh, yeah. See, it's the last session. I can do what I want now. The microphone's coming off the pole, standing behind the podium. Oh, I'm getting, okay. Now you're being attacked. Okay. Great. Watch the cord, Shelley. Okay. Awesome. Okay, so here we are. We're just introducing ourselves now, Paul. Last official segment before Paul's 30-minute conclusion. No. So as mentioned, I do work at the YWCA St. Thomas Elgin. There are 29 YWCAs across Canada. We sometimes get confused with the YMCA. That's okay. Our community is very fortunate to have both organizations here locally, which is wonderful. We've been providing services since 1902, so we've got a long-standing history in St. Thomas. And I'm going to be sharing with you today one of our new exciting expansions into the world of small house living. In 1928, we built our first women's residence in downtown St. Thomas. It was intentionally built with a third story to allow for communal living of 21 women, and it still is there today. So today we have about 55 residents that we support within St. Thomas, and of course our downtown residence was the first foundation of that housing. All of our housing is deeply affordable housing. So it's very rare to find housing that matches the Ontario Works and the ODSP housing rates. Oftentimes, folks need to access a portable housing benefit or to have top-ups. And so we are able to provide deeply affordable housing at those rates through our congregate housing. We also offer 4 youth houses in the city. We have single-family dwellings where youth between 3 or 4 youth live together. It's a resident advisor model, so it's not staffed, but there is often somebody who's graduated from the program who lives on site, who can kind of keep an eye on things, call the on-call phone, and each of our youth residents are matched with a housing-based case manager who work one-on-one around life skills and goal setting. We also have some scattered site apartments within St. Thomas that are also at the deeply affordable rate, which allows us to see some transition. So we work really closely with our partners at Indwell, at the Inn, Second Stage Housing, our women's shelters, that, as you remember that spectrum that Danielle showed, that we can see some transition pathways of individuals, and having a spectrum of housing allows folks to be matched directly to where their best fit is. And sometimes that changes. Sometimes it goes this way or that way. So about 2018, sounds like a long time ago now, about 2018, Doug Terry, who is from Doug Terry Homes, he came to the YWCA, and he'd been a longtime supporter of the YWCA and the work that we've been doing with housing. And he came to our board of directors and said, we've been building houses in the St. Thomas community for a long time. It's a family business, and we want to be part of the housing crisis solution. We sell, family homes, full market value family homes, and we want to be part of the affordable housing solution. What can we do? We thought, wow, this is great. What can we do? And then Doug, of course, said, well, let's build tiny houses. So that conversation started in 2018, and here we are in 2024, 6 years later, proud to say that we have acquired a property at 21 Kane Street in downtown St. Thomas. It was tricky finding property for us in St. Thomas, especially property with intention of access to services on the transit route. This property, of course, was old rail land, so you can imagine it's a brownfield. It needed significant remediation, which is probably why it sat vacant for so long, because it did need a lot of work, but it was well worth it. The YWCA was able to remediate the property because of a generous donation from Doug Terry Homes to fund that initial work. The property is 2.1 acres. I've got some other photos here that you can see, and it is owned by the YWCA. We were able to purchase it because of a donation from another charitable organization, Sanctuary Homes. And those 3 organizations, YWCA, Sanctuary Homes, and Doug Terry Homes, are the community collaborative known as Project Tiny Hope. All of these houses are going to be rented by the YWCA to many walks of life. Last May 2023, we had our groundbreaking ceremony, which was really exciting. We had met all of the Ministry of Environment requirements through all of the remediation work that happened. We were able to have a really successful town hall with our City of St. Thomas Mayor and City Council, talking to the neighbors who back onto or face 21 Kane Street. It was about a 1-hour town hall meeting that we had with our neighbors, and there were some tough questions and some concerns being posed at the outset of the conversation. And by the end of the conversation, I wish Joe was here for this part of my talk, people were volunteering, people wanted to know how they could donate, people wanted to know how they could spread the word. There was a full 180 on an understanding and a desire to be part of the solution of Project Tiny Hope. So it's really exciting, and we're really excited to be neighboring so many fantastic people in that neighborhood. With the underground servicing completed, that happened probably May 2023 to about November 2023. Our property is now being prepared for our first dig on Thursday, which will be the start of our first tiny house, a one-bedroom accessible bungalow at the front of Kane Street. Here is the site plan of our property. And so within our property, there's a mix of 1, 2, and 3-bedroom homes. 50% of the houses will be for women and women-led families. 25% of the houses will be for youth, no surprise, 16 to 24. 4 of the units will be for Indigenous, and 4 of the units are going to be in partnership with Community Living Elgin. Central to the property is going to be a YWCA program house where we hope to have other services and programs offered along with YWCA programs and services. And the real intent of that, of course, is to build connection. And we've heard that a lot today, is that prevention model of connection, sense of belonging, intentional neighbors is so important. And so that will be part of our build as well. So our houses are small. If you've never been in a tiny house, please come back and visit us in St. Thomas in the fall. We'll be showcasing our first bungalow. The 1 bedrooms are 427 square feet, 2 bedrooms 648, and 3 bedrooms 810 square feet. Some of them are single story, some of them are 2-story. So we have a whole mix of options for folks. And it's just really a new way to offer affordable housing. We know that it's not just the bricks and mortar that make a difference. As much as we need more and more and more and more housing, we also need housing with supports. And Indwell really showcased that earlier around the supports that are provided. And the YWCA will also be providing supports on site at 21 Kane Street and building those opportunities for connection, looking at options for economic security, life stabilization, pathways to goal setting, whether it's through family reunification, social connection, employment, education, very unique to each individual. All of the houses are going to be built to net zero ready standard. Again, I know Doug wasn't able to make it today, but he always says to me that these houses can be heated with a candle. I know he's joking, but I like the idea that they're going to be very affordable to heat and to cool, and they're going to be well built, as we know, and fully understand the Doug Terry method of that. Down the road, we are hopeful that there will be solar energy, but that's going to take a little bit of time, but the whole build will be prepared and primed for when that day comes. There's going to be a lovely naturalized playground on our property to provide outdoor activity for the residents and guests who might be visiting residents of 21 Kane Street. And we're also going to be including raised vegetable and fruit garden beds on the property. This property is very close to our Horton Street Market, which is a thriving farmers market in St. Thomas. And there's such a great opportunity for residents to plant fruits and vegetables, harvest them, use the program house learning kitchen to can, jar, create, cook, do whatever their heart desires, so to say, and perhaps even build some entrepreneurial opportunities with the proximity to the Horton Street Market and have some sales and a booth and whatnot. So we're really excited about the food that's going to be grown, not only because of the food security, but also because of the collective cooking opportunities and working together and building some of that economic stability. I just mentioned our learning kitchen, so that's going to be exciting. We've also had some outside organizations keen to come access our program house when it's up and ready, and so we're excited to partner with others as well. For those of you who are considering looking at opportunities for building affordable housing, it takes many, many funding sources to bring this to fruition. And so the YWCA has had a capital campaign running for about 3 years now, raising funds, cash, and also gift in kind. We've been really grateful to have different providers come forward and say they will donate flooring or windows or concrete, different building materials. But also knowing that we've had a very generous support from the City of St. Thomas to support the project as well. And we continue to work and advocate with our provincial and federal governments for funding support, because it takes all levels of funding to get this project off the ground. So our goal, of course, is to provide individuals with the stability of a home, with resources and opportunities to build their lives and to build connection. And we're so close. We have 55 residents currently. This will more than double the folks that we can support, and just continue growing that affordable housing with supports in our community. And I'm going to pass the mic, or you have your own mic. Nope. I'm going to pass the mic to Shelley to chat. Thank you.
Thank you, Lindsay. Yep. I'm going to hand you that. Okay, great. So first of all, thank you everybody for your patience this afternoon. It has been a big day, a lot of information sharing. I must admit, I feel a bit like a fish out of water in this forum, given so many subject matter experts in the room around homelessness, housing, youth support. I come from the private industry as a home builder. And I wanted to share a little bit with you about Doug Terry Homes before we get into our presentation. Last week, we celebrated our 70th birthday in business. We are a family business run here in St. Thomas. Thank you. Thank you. And we have been community builders for a long time. And so we don't consider ourselves home builders, rather community builders. Lindsay mentioned about Doug bringing this idea to the board at the Y about building tiny homes. But I wanted to provide some context around that. Our legacy of hope work, and in this case, Tiny Hope, actually started back in 2017 when Doug rallied the community around a project where we constructed, Blitz built, a single family home with the proceeds going to a local family who had recently lost the dad. And so that kicked off a bit of an adrenaline rush internally, where we found that doing this type of work, giving back to the community, for some reason we like to do these things at a frenzied pace, and engaging community members became somewhat part of our DNA. So since that time, we have completed 3 more Hope missions abroad, where we were able to bring homes to communities that were ravaged by climate change. And just last fall, we completed another 3-day build in the Oneida Nation of the Thames, where we provided a new barrier-free home to a senior member of that community who was experiencing challenges around housing security and mobility in his own home. And so way back this morning, you may remember that Judith said, we're just a group of people who care. And I think that really sort of sums up our role in the community. The individuals at Doug Terry and Doug himself, we are just a group of people who care and are always looking for opportunities to give back. And so we're really thrilled to be part of Tiny Hope. And so I want to talk to you about 2 more things this afternoon, and then everybody gets to go. So just bear with me. The first one is, what is a builder's role in solving the housing crisis? Because this is a different approach than everything that we've heard about today. And then secondly, how does feeding the housing market help with affordable housing? And we'll get to that. So next slide. So builders can help to solve the housing crisis for a couple of reasons. Number one, we are subject matter experts. There's a ton of experts in this room that know about social policy, wraparound services, harm prevention. We've heard all kinds of wonderful things. But what we know about is housing. And so we understand codes, regulations, the permitting process, the budgeting, the requirements to obtain the right building materials, soil remediation. We really have a lot to offer to this conversation. And so one of the takeaways I'm hoping that this group can go home with today is curiosity to reach out to your local home builders association and engage in conversations about how the home building community can partner with the social community to resolve some of the housing crises that are happening across the province. The home building industry has a long history of doing community work. I'm sure you're well familiar with your local home builders associations who will sometimes go and build a ramp for an old lady who is in a wheelchair or something like that. This is what builders do. We build stuff. We're really good at it, and we would love to help. There's a lot of us. The other thing about private industry is that we bring private industry thinking to the equation. And so, with no disrespect to the folks in this room, undertaking a project through a private industry channel allows us to sidestep some of those government procurement requirements. It allows us to mobilize quickly. It allows us to tack on to our existing business unit. And so creating a project like Tiny Hope isn't a full mobilization for a social agency that doesn't know anything about construction. We're doing it anyway. We're just going to send our best guy over and get it done. And so it's really quite a different undertaking for us. It's not quite as much of a burden, and we know how to do it quickly and efficiently. The other thing about engaging a private builder is we have access to resources. And Lindsay talked a little bit about donations of gifts in kind. So the building community often rallies. You see this after climate change events, and we talked about those community engagement exercises. But builders are really non-proprietary. We talk to each other. We want to continue to raise the bar in the building industry. And so with that type of fellowship in our industry, it's quite easy to rally resources. Everybody has 2 or 3 guys that are willing to come out and help. We're fiercely competitive with each other, and there's nothing like a little healthy competition to get a project like this started. And we issued a challenge to our fellow home builders a few months ago at a home builders meeting where Doug stood up. Doug's very good at doing this. He issues challenges on our behalf and then says, guys, look after it. And we do. So he issued a challenge to fellow home and do a race. We'll put together the kits. You come out and build them. We'll do some fundraising. We'll cook some hot dogs. We'll get the music cranking. And there was a room full of people that volunteered. It would take months or possibly years to sort of muster up that type of engagement in other industries, but that's the type of camaraderie that exists in the building industry. And folks were quick to reply and quick to say, I'm on board for that. We also have an access, we can also access a network of trades and suppliers. And so as Lindsay suggested, the minute our trades and suppliers, some national brands, found out that we were supporting this most worthy project with the YWCA, our phone started ringing. How can we help? What can we donate? When do you need it? Can we get someone else on board? And so what started out as an idea, a what if, turned into folks lined up waiting to get involved with this project. We've tried, together with Lindsay, really hard to keep that excitement and momentum going as we've stepped through some of the funding challenges and regulatory pieces around getting the soil remediation completed. But make no mistake, people are excited, and we are digging our first hole this week. It feels like this day has been a long time coming, but we're very, very excited. And so our intention is to build a demonstration home this summer and get our ducks lined up for the fall. And we have issued this challenge to our fellow builders, and we plan on blitz building 10 more homes. Probably in like 2 days or something crazy like that, but we know we can do it. So that's the benefit of getting builders on board. Lindsay talked a little bit about the site plan. One size does not fit all. We're perhaps not subject matter experts on social policy, but what we do know is how to build homes for people. We are really good at figuring out where that very thoughtfully placed closet should go, or what the right room configuration or size is for a family with children. And so again, leaning into the subject matter expertise of the private industry, builders in particular, really yielded a better product in the end for the why, or perhaps for your projects, as opposed to what can sometimes happen when you work with an architect through a public procurement process. And sometimes things get a little bigger than a bread box, a little bigger than they need to be. And in the case of this tiny home project, that just simply wasn't necessary. We needed safe, affordable, and appropriate housing for a variety of residents, and that's exactly what we got. So we talked a little bit about cost management in the project and a little bit about the private industry and the financial accountability. In the private industry, if you don't turn a profit, you don't get to come to work. And so it's we are programmed to look for cost-saving opportunities. We were able to leverage, like I said, donations from our industry, but again, by taking a really lean approach and incorporating a project like this into an operation that already exists, we really leveraged the collective brain of our entire staff, our estimators, who were able to figure out exactly what our quantity takeoffs were so that we weren't over purchasing. Our energy specialists who were able to figure out what net zero specifications work for these homes. Lindsay joked about Doug saying that you could heat these homes with a candle. I'll tell you a true story. We have a very efficient mechanical system that we use in our homes. In fact, we couldn't find a supplier in Canada that could get us what we needed, so we opened our own HVAC company. So in these particular homes, because everything that we build is net zero or net zero ready, we were figuring out what the heat loss calculations were for the various rooms. And in our bathrooms, the amount of heat that was required was so much so that we actually didn't need a heat supply in that room. What our mechanical engineer proposed was that we use a towel warmer. That was the heat source. That was all that was needed to heat these rooms because these homes have been built so efficiently. And so I'm making this point because I wanted to share with you a caution to not cut costs when it comes to building a quality home. We feel strongly that investing in the building envelope and mechanical system yields rewards both in operational costs but also in occupant comfort. So when we talk about things like indoor air quality, the reduction of mold, that type of thing, that really is important when we talk about a project like Tiny Hope, where sometimes these types of homes may see frequent turnover. Ideally, right? Ideally, they move on. Or that even with rentals that we own and operate, sometimes we see a tenant's mentality where I don't own it, so I'm not going to take quite as good a care of it. And so we strongly encourage that you thoughtfully make the best selections possible, the most durable products possible, and the most efficient systems possible, so that when you make a capital investment in your project, it's an investment that will last a lifetime, and you'll get that return on your investment. And then finally, around the efficiency piece, of course, the expectation is that the owner or property manager will be responsible for the utility costs. And so by going net zero or net zero ready, that shoulders you against the uncertainty of rising utility bills in the future. And we all understand that that keeps happening. So this is where I'm going to pivot a little bit. We're very excited about the Tiny Hope project, but it got us thinking. It got us thinking about the housing crisis in general and the role that we play at this end of the housing continuum. But there's more to it. What if somewhere further up the housing continuum, there was another spot for tiny homes? And so somewhere around the turn of the century, I sound like an old person now. Somewhere around the turn of the century, people's disposable incomes started to really deviate from housing prices. It used to be that folks could go to work, have a decent job, in many cases a single income, and be able to afford a home. And somewhere along the line that changed. And so that created this bottleneck in the housing continuum where we would naturally expect to see people move up the housing continuum, perhaps from rentals to like an affordable rental to a market rental, let's say. If you were a student and then you were an adult and you got your own rental and then you bought your own home. And you would move up that housing continuum. But that stopped because people couldn't afford to buy their own homes. Or they couldn't afford to move out of their student housing because they had student loans to pay. And so they stayed there longer than they needed to. And it was like a traffic jam right there. And so the traffic backed way up the highway, way down here at the other end of the housing continuum. And so in some cases, what we found was in supportive housing, people ended up being overhoused because they had nowhere to go. We may have started out housing a family with 2 children, but those children grew up and moved away, and now we have a single mom with adult children living in a 3-bedroom home. That person is overhoused. That's a burden on the system. Ideally, we would like to see that mom move into a more appropriate housing form, but she can't because there is none, because the students are all, or the adults are all living in the student housing and so on and so forth. And so what if we could change the market housing landscape by providing a more affordable housing product? Tiny homes. In market housing, they sometimes call them pocket homes or enclave communities. They all have all kinds of fancy names. But small homes can make a big impact. And there are really 3 generations that I believe are target markets for tiny homes in the market housing community. And those are our baby boomers, whom we know are healthy and wealthy. Their kids have moved away. They no longer need a 4-bedroom home, but they're certainly not ready to move into a retirement residence. Where do they want to go? Maybe they want to have a tiny home. There's a whole generation of folks out there, Gen X, who are, and I'm going to make some assumptions, and I'm probably going to get myself in trouble here, so be kind with me, okay? I'm not a social person, I'm a builder. Who are divorced. They're educated and divorced, and their kids have grown up and moved away, and they want to travel. And so a tiny house would be great for them because it promotes a community lifestyle and it's very low maintenance. And then there's an entire generation that my children belong to, this Gen Z generation. Marriage is not even in their vocabulary. They don't want children. They don't even want a dog. They just want to socialize in groups. They want to travel the world. They want a work-life balance. Frankly, I'm quite jealous. They want all of these things. They don't want to be burdened with the financial burden of home ownership. And so again, an enclave community of tiny homes would service this community so well. And you know what would happen? They would move out of the rentals, so that folks could continue to move up the housing continuum and everyone lives happily ever after. That's my idealistic world. Yeah. It sounds great, right? The thing about small home communities or enclave communities is that they are also very responsible use of land because they're much higher density, typically found in suburban settings. Okay, in the case of Lindsay's tiny home community, it's a repurposed brownfield remediation site, so that's great. They have shared green spaces and amenities. You don't have to look after your own backyard, but you might have 3 or 4 parkettes or gathering spots in your tiny home community where you and your neighbors can go and gather, or walking trails. They are lifestyle villages that promote a sense of belonging for those who are single. We have joked that it would be for many married couples, the husband could have one and the wife could have one right next door. We think that is wonderful. That's a great idea. And again, everyone lives happily ever after, right? And finally, they're environmentally responsible, not only because it's responsible use of the land, but because it's a responsible use of resources, a responsible use of utilities, of inputs, of energy, all of those things. And so I challenge you, I implore you to go back to your own communities and think about how you and your building partners locally can take this idea of tiny homes, and whether it's supportive housing or private industry housing, and think, what is the role for a tiny home in my community, and how will that help either unclog the traffic jam, the roadblock in the housing continuum, or supplement a spot in the housing continuum where housing is most desperately needed? It's a great question to ask. It's worth having a cup of coffee with your local executive officer of your Home Builders Association, and it's worth asking your neighbors and friends. I implore you, please ask me if you have any questions. I'd be happy to answer them.
No, we got one.
So I'm just curious. I'm surprised, for example, you can't get land. We're not making any more land, right?
Right.
So I'm seeing the small homes, but why not, for example, just out of curiosity, why not modular? Why didn't you build up? I have some hypotheses in my head. Like I look at in Brantford, for example, we did have a group that just took some old homes, happened to be on the market at the same time, tore them down, and now they're building, for their community. So, and it's my understanding it is going to be modular. So I'm just curious, given that you can't make land, right? Why this model?
I'm quite positive that Lindsay and I are going to have different answers. But I have the microphone, so I'm going to answer first. I've two ideas. One is to share with you that this isn't the only affordable housing project that we are currently engaged in. We are also supporting another community partner in St. Thomas right now, Eastwood Community Housing. And for them, we are putting up a 5-story building of apartments of various sizes. And so that speaks specifically to your idea about densification, right? We want to make the best use of the land that we have, and so let's build up instead of out. And that all makes great sense. The idea of the tiny home community is a little bit different. It brings a different sense of community. And so I'll share some sort of off the top of my head numbers with you. In a regular residential community, a builder might expect to yield 5 or 6 houses per acre. And you heard Lindsay say that this is just over 2 acres. And we're going to put 40 homes on it. And so we have increased the number of homes per acre by 4 times, right? We're going to put 20 homes per acre on there instead of 5. So we are taking steps in the right direction to make better use of that land. Is there an opportunity to do things differently? Of course there is. There are some considerations, and as a builder, this is where we become subject matter experts. There may be local zoning requirements that have height restrictions, or it may not be that your municipality has capacity in the water or wastewater systems to support that many new residents in a neighborhood. Each building site needs to be looked at individually, and each one needs to consider what those contributing factors are. I absolutely support the densification of our infill properties. I think that's a great way to make the best use of our land. The resources are already in the ground. The sewer and water is already going right by the door, so let's just tap into it if we can. The transit is there, all of these other things. It really is on an individual basis. And Lindsay, did you want to add to that?
Add and ask you a question. So sometimes we get confused with container builds. And so we hear about other tiny home communities popping up throughout the province. And then you go and you do a deeper dive and you see that it's a totally different type of build, possibly a different type of population, and all of it's needed. All of these different models are needed. We've chosen to go with full houses, 1, 2, and 3 bedrooms, townhouses, duplexes, really with that sense of neighborhood, community, respect, dignity, and drawing in connection. And then I'm just going to ask Shelley if you could talk about the panel part of how our build is so efficient, and also the open book access to other builders.
Absolutely. And so thank you for bringing that up. So I had mentioned earlier that we couldn't find an HVAC company that would give us what we need, so we opened our own. And I can say that same thing again when it comes to panelized framing. So part of the Doug Terry Limited family of businesses is a panelized framing manufacturing facility where we manufacture wall panels and floor panels and soon to be roof trusses for our homes. And doing so, that modular style of building in a controlled environment allows us to control the quality, ensure that we are getting those net zero specifications right out of a factory. If you think about building a car, they're done in a factory and they're finely controlled, right? It's a completely controlled environment. Let's say, for the sake of this discussion, there's 2,000 parts and pieces. There are also 2,000 parts and pieces in a new home, but we like to do that in the rain and the mud. It's very difficult to control quality in that environment. And so modular building in a controlled environment like a factory is a great way of doing that. It also reduces costs. It ensures consistency across the product. And in this case, the case of the tiny homes, it's going to allow us to put together kits where other builders or community members can engage in the construction process through the blitz that we've talked about. And together with a coach, a building coach, let's say Paul from the chamber and his team want to build a house, we'll put Paul on a house and we'll give him a coach and we'll say, do it, because here's a kit. And if you can put together a barbecue, you can build anything. Right. Yeah. Okay. Finally, the one thing that we've committed to the Y and to our colleagues in the industry is a complete open book policy on this. There are no secrets. We've shared our finances. We've shared the strategy. We've shared all of the costs. We desperately hope that other communities can latch onto this idea and take our blueprint and run with it. There was nothing we would like to see more, and we're more than willing to talk to anybody who wants to give us a shout, and we can do a one-on-one.
Joel, I'll let you take the last question offline just at the end, because I want to make sure we're respectful just for the folks online, folks that are going to have to do some traveling, and perhaps even you heading through the GTA to get home. Have fun. Thought it was super appropriate to have a business finish off our agenda for today, but grateful for all of our speakers for sharing their passion, their energy, their expertise, their leadership in this space. If the message isn't to leave here today, if you're from, you came in as guests, that it's Mayberry here in St. Thomas. It's not perfect. We have challenges. There's quite honestly 70% of that continuum where we have not moved the dial to support these people. But we clearly, and I mean, that collaborative word is going to come top in, have that ability to work together. And I think that's, one of the most important messages that maybe we leave with today. And I wrote 5 C words: caring, compassionate, collaborative, curious. I've been watching a lot of Ted Lasso recently. There's a really good Ted Lasso thing about curiosity. And I think in a lot of ways, creativity. To pump the Doug Terry Holmes tires again, I believe, 90%? Where am I even looking right now? Straight ahead. 90% of all the net zero homes in Canada were built by Doug Terry or in St. Thomas. So there is a lot of that thought leadership that's coming across. Want to thank the sponsors of today's event, which are the St. Thomas and District Chamber of Commerce's nearly 600 members. As I started off today, this is quite honestly the most important thing we could be doing for our community and hopefully for the province. So I feel very grateful that our membership and my board of directors supports me in that. I've thanked all the members, include every single organization. Okay, yes. All righty. So my takeaways, and I'll be real quick. Social issues are business issues, full stop. Start today and don't be afraid to fail forward. All pillars of support need to be in place. We can't wait for other levels of government. They're going to have to catch up with our work. And to really, truly move the dial, we need to look at the whole entire continuum of housing, understand it, and identify what the gaps are. Thank you again so much for joining us today. If you are traveling out of town and you want to see the Railway City Lofts or the station or the inn, go to the parking lot, turn left, and we got a really long straight downtown. If you get lost, I don't know, Google Maps. So in any case, thank you again for joining us. I no doubt all our speakers would be grateful to continue the conversation. If you receive the biography PDF, the contact information is all there. Thank you again. Have a great day.